138. In the end, Chen Pingan only asked about the old site of the city god temple. No one had heard of the inn that Cui Dong mentioned. This county was a big city in the north of Huangting country. To reach the old city god temple, one had to walk through almost half of the county. When everyone followed the last person's directions, it was already close to dusk. They only found a high vermilion wall. After spending a long time, they finally found an inconspicuous entrance with great difficulty. It was barely enough for 2 carriages to pass through. The deeper they walked, the more it gave people a feeling of being in a different world. Between the cracks of the green brick road under their feet, a faint mist was emitted from time to time. It drifted into the high walls on both sides and leisurely gathered. It was like a clear spring slowly flowing on the wall. There was a faint sound of flowing water. When the young man Cui Dong saw that Chen Pingan and the others were suspicious, he explained, "This alley is one of the signboards of this inn. It's called Flowing Clouds and Flowing Water Alley. Next, after entering the mansion's gate, you should be able to see a bright moon shadow wall immediately. This is because there are spirits of unknown origin residing in the shadow wall. Their forms are indefinite, but they generally correspond with the moon. Their moods are all revealed on the shadow wall. However, the truly valuable shadow wall has to be the combination of the sun and the moon. If by any chance it can add some celestial phenomena, I'm afraid that the immortal mansion with the word sect in it will give up their face and madly snatch it." At the end of the alley was a large gate. On the gate, there were 2 tall and big painted door gods. They were even taller than young men. They were mighty and awe-inspiring. They were burly and wore golden armor. One of them was holding a sword while riding a tiger. The other was holding a blade while riding a dragon. The 2 door gods glared at the alley. Because they were carved from wood and not the paper of ordinary people, they gave people a strong sense of oppression that was about to come out. Li Huai secretly swallowed his saliva. He felt that it would be more comfortable to sleep on the mountain. The gate slowly opened. A beautiful woman with a pair of peach blossom eyes swayed her waist as she stepped over the threshold. Behind her, there were 2 young girls with twin hair buns. Each of them had a long sword in a green scabbard hanging from their waists. They did not follow the woman to the group of guests but stood at the gate. The beautiful woman curtsied elegantly. "I'm Lu Jiahui. My name is Jiaqing and Hui from Flower. It's really difficult for my name to be elegant. Honored guests, please call me Jiahui. Honored guests, are you going to stay in our autumn read-in? Do you have a prior reservation?" As the woman spoke, her gaze was fixed on the young man in white, who made everyone's eyes light up. The beautiful woman and the beautiful young man looked at each other. Although the beautiful woman and the beautiful man looked. And the 2 maidservants were clearly angry. Within the county city, who would dare to be so disrespectful to his wife? Even the county governor, who was a high-ranking official of a region, would always treat the madam with respect if he met her on an excursion or when burning incense. He would politely call her Madam Lu or Second Master. If he had a request and needed the help of Autumn read-in, he would respectfully address her as Immortal Master Lu. The beautiful woman quickly glanced at the indifferent Lin Shi from the corner of her eyes. She did not notice anything strange. She continued to look at the young man in white clothes and asked softly, "Young master, do you think there's something wrong between me and the autumn read-in? You only feel disappointed after arriving here. Is it because you don't live up to your name?" Cui Dong was a little impatient. He pointed at the young man in straw sandals beside him. "You're worshipping the wrong bodhisattva. The one in charge of money is this person." The woman was surprised. She quickly curtsied to Chen Pingan alone as an apology. Without waiting for the woman to speak, Chen Pingan looked at the gate. After retracting his gaze, he took a deep breath and made up his mind. We have a lot of people. Are there enough rooms? The woman smiled sweetly. Enough. How can it not be enough? Although the triennial sacrificial ceremony of the water deity temple is coming soon, and immortal masters from all over the world will come to support the county governor, and the business of the Autumn Reed Inn is not bad, my humble abode is honored by the presence of so many distinguished guests. Even if I have to vacate my little courtyard and temporarily move to another inn, I will never dare to disappoint my distinguished guests. In the end, Chen Pingan asked for a large courtyard called Clear Dew. It was located closest to the old well of the old city god. It was considered the heavenly courtyard of Autumn Reed Inn. The reason why it was empty until now was because the price was too high. It was not based on the number of people. In any case, it was 2,000 taels of silver a day. There was no lack of cultivators who had obtained the identity of chi refinement warriors. However, when it came to cultivation, if one did not know how to calculate carefully, did not have a strong family background and backing, or did not have the means to make a lot of money every day, they would be extremely short on money. They were completely different from the immortal masters who were as rich as the commoners imagined them to be. The old well of Autumn Reed Inn was indeed the source of the spring overflowing with spiritual energy. However, to chi refinement warriors, paying 2,000 taels of silver a day for this was definitely not a good deal. Therefore, this courtyard was mostly used by the rich and powerful to entertain the big shots of the official circles and the heroes of the pugilistic world. Madame Luke personally led this group of people. Message: already subscribed /book_67088/L. Mobile version of reading website. 139. The night gradually deepened. Outside the main entrance of the Autumn Reed Inn, the sound of hoofbeats could be heard. Madame Lu stood alone outside the door with two tiger-shaped gold ornaments hanging from her waist. A carriage stopped outside the door and a middle-aged man dressed in a green scholar's robe walked down. He was not angry, but he was dignified. He faintly revealed the demeanor of a scholarly general. However, the man looked tired at the moment. When he saw the beautiful woman, he smiled. "I've made you wait. Let's go in and talk." The woman's expression was neither cold nor warm as she turned to lead the way. The man glanced at the tiger-shaped token on her waist and frowned. "Do you need to be so nervous?" The woman sneered and said, "My place is just a small inn. It can't be compared to Your Excellency's county governor's residence. 2 days ago, someone tore down my signboard, so I can only swallow my anger. Now, the culprit has brought a large group of disciples and grand disciples to stay at my place. I can only pinch my nose obediently and serve these immortal masters with a smile. All of this is due to the governor's good governance." The man slightly increased his voice. "All right, Jihui, I know you're angry. However, I'm not much better now. For this ceremony of worshipping the water deity temple, I've been busy from dawn until now. My throat and eyes are burning. The reason why I'm resting here and not returning to the governor's official residence is because I want a moment of peace. I'm not here to listen to your complaints." The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness, but she knew when to advance and retreat. Soon, she collected herself and changed the topic. "You've been busy for half a year for this sacrificial ceremony. You need to make it grand. Old provincial governor is sick. Although he can't come in person, his trusted subordinate, Lord B, will show up. Plus those famous literati, famous monks, and hermits, it's enough to show up. What's more, the private funding from our county is enough to worship the 2 river deities in other places, isn't it?" The man nodded. "That's the reason." The woman asked softly, "Then our Hanshi River god has finally taken a liking to you this time? Agree to lend you a hand and help you fight for the position of provincial governor?" The man put his hands behind his back and walked into an elegant and quiet courtyard. He shook his head and sighed. That individual cultivator appeared at the wrong time. He wanted to avenge the innocent people who died unjustly. He came to your autumn read-in and found the cultivator of the Lingyun sect. After a big battle, he seriously injured the cultivator of the Lingyun sect and even destroyed the foundation of the screen wall of your inn. In fact, if things only reached this point, I could still control the situation. For example, as a county official, I could report to the imperial court and put the blame on the individual cultivator. I could remove the cultivator of the Lingyun sect who caused the trouble in order to appease the deeply rooted Lingyun sect in our Huangting country. However, at the same time, I would secretly let the individual cultivator go. At least the pursuit and encirclement in this county was just a superficial effort to delay time and let him take the opportunity to fly away. Since he is an individual cultivator, it shouldn't be difficult for him to make the 4 seas his home. Speaking of this, the man revealed a trace of annoyance. But it happened before the Hanshi River sacrificial ceremony. Not to mention the attention of the public, who doesn't know that the river god relied on the help of an ancestor of the Lingyun sect to gain a foothold in the early stages of becoming a god. The Lingyun sect has carefully maintained this relationship for more than 200 years. They have never troubled the water god with anything. Instead, in these 200 years, they have come to visit with heavy gifts once a year. Other than the calamity of the sect, they have never stopped. So, who do you think the water god will side with this storm that has shaken the county? The woman looked at the county governor who was constantly pacing in circles and unwilling to sit down. She handed over a cup of hot tea and joked, "My county governor, sigh, can you sit down and talk? If you continue to walk like this, I will be dizzy." After the green-robed man sat down, he laughed at himself and said, "I found out about the hidden location of that rogue cultivator 3 days ago. Originally, I thought that I would drag it out for as long as possible. No matter what, I will drag it out until after the sacrificial ceremony. Maybe I can still keep my life." "Jiahui, do you know what the water god of the Hanshi River said to me after he revealed his golden body in the water god temple today?" The woman shook her head. Of course, she couldn't guess the thoughts of a righteous god. As the manager of the autumn read-in, the sect that the woman belonged to wasn't much inferior to the Lingyun sect. It was just that every sect that had a bigger reputation had their own fixed territory. In the 3 prefectures in the north of Huangting country, the Lingyun sect was the leader of more than 10 large and small cultivation sections. However, no matter if it was the woman's sect or the cultivators of the Lingyun sect who could do whatever they wanted on the mountains in the north of Huangting country, they were extremely respectful towards the water god that was personally conferred by the emperor. After all, Huangting country wasn't a great dynasty like the Song clan or the great Sui kingdom's Gao clan. Since the founding of the country, the Hong clan of Huangting country was one of the 12 vassals of the Great Sui Kingdom. The number of mountain and river gods that could be conferred could be counted with one's fingers. To put it bluntly, even if the Great Sui Kingdom released the restrictions and allowed the Hong clan of Huangting country to wantonly reward and order the mountain and river gods, Huangting country didn't have such a foundation. Firstly, their territory was limited. Secondly, those mountain immortals who were independent towns controlled most of the mountains and rivers with outstanding spiritual energy. Therefore, to the county governor and even the provincial governor, the river god who controlled the water was an important character that they had to try their best to curry favor with. The man put down the teacup and rubbed his temples with both hands. The water god told me in person, the day before the county governor found out about the hiding place of the itinerant cultivator. I had already found out. Although the county governor isn't willing to enforce the law impartially, since I'm the water god of the Hanshi River, I have to abide by the rules of not easily interfering with the secular officialdom. In addition, the county governor has been diligent and meritorious in governing the local area all these years. If the next county governor is a fatuous official and causes a lot of trouble that others have to clean up, it will hinder my meditation and cultivation. Therefore, I will report to the imperial court. The woman's face was slightly pale. This river god's words mean that he won't help you take another step forward. The man smiled bitterly and said, "This is based on the premise that I arrest that person tonight." The woman was a little regretful. "I shouldn't have vented my anger on you just now." She then said angrily, "This water god of the Hanshi River has a good reputation for hundreds of years. When it comes to his own interests, isn't he still helping his relatives and not reason?" The person that the itinerant cultivator injured was only a third-generation disciple of the Lingyun sect. He dared to have designs on women in the city god temple and coveted beauty. He first killed a couple outside the city. After he found out that a child ran away, he pursued them through the night. The entire village had more than 30 people and they were all killed by him. Such a tragic act was coincidentally discovered by the itinerant cultivator. Before he took revenge for that family, he cleverly chose to spread the news without restraint. He even pasted a notice at the entrance of your office. After the itinerant cultivator did all this, he found the autumn reed in and fought with the murderer. Both inside and outside the city are the spies of the water god. How could he not know anything? On the contrary, the man was not as aggrieved and resentful as the woman. He only sighed softly and said, "The laws of the country and human relationships. What cultivators pursue is the Tao of heaven and earth. What about the laws of the country and human relationships? In front of a chi cultivator, what does it count as?" Taking a step back, against this water god of the Hanshi River, the laws of the country are not completely useless. It's just that in the hands of a fourth-rank official like me, it's useless. In the hands of the old provincial governor, it's a little useful. Only in the hands of the emperor, it's a little useful. The woman muttered softly, "What if your position as the county guardian was in the Dali dynasty?" The man's eyes turned cold and he heavily slapped the armrest of the chair. "Lu Jiahui, don't talk nonsense. No matter how strong the Dali dynasty is, they are still barbarians. If the Song clan really unifies the north, it will be the day when the Aquarius continent's northern civilized bloodline will be cut off." The woman said angrily, "If you are really unyielding, why don't you just go against the wishes of the water god and protect that itinerant cultivator to the end? I don't believe that this water god is known to be omnipotent and can really cover the sky and cover the sun in the north of the Huangting country. If it really can't, at the very most, I'll just use the influence of my sect and come and wrestle with the Lingyun sect, this local snake." The man stretched out his hand and pointed at the woman. He laughed angrily and said, "How old are you? Still so childish and laughable. Do you think that Emperor Dali was able to have today's prestige because he had a smooth journey? Our county is already like this. Think about the vast territory of the Dali dynasty, how would they weigh the pros and cons? As the emperor of a country, the filthiness and forbearance is definitely something that you and I can't imagine." The woman didn't say anything. The man drank a mouthful of tea and leaned back on the chair. He looked exhausted. He pulled his collar and said to himself, "I'm a disciple of the Confucian school. Therefore, I cultivate myself and my family. I will definitely try my best to abide by the rules. However, I'm still an official of the Huangting country. There are millions of people under my jurisdiction and I need to help them live a peaceful life. Therefore, I won't act as an official with benevolence, righteousness, and morality. This is because I need to lower my head and beg the immortal forces for help and treasures to resist all kinds of droughts, floods, and natural disasters. I need to visit them and send gifts. I need to beg those arrogant gods of mountains and rivers to intercept as much fate as possible in my county. Whether it's the poor commoners or the aristocratic families, they have suffered losses and were bullied by the immortal masters. I can only mend and repair them, tear down the east wall to repair the west wall, and try my best to appease them." The man closed his eyes. "If it wasn't for this shameless pursuit of personal gain, I would have resigned or thrown away my official title. In this way, when that itinerant cultivator posted the first notice, he would have been taken down by a certain county governor who took the initiative to communicate with the water god with troops and cultivators. If it wasn't for this, after the itinerant cultivator died tonight, there wouldn't even be a tombstone. Of course, since he's already dead, what difference does it make if there's no tombstone, no toast, and no one remembers the good deeds he did when he was alive? The county governor stood up and came to the window. He said in a low voice, "In the second year of the Huangting country's Jialu, which is 10 years ago, the 3 prefectures in the He prefecture shook non-stop at midnight. The He prefecture was the most serious. The thatched cottages, city walls, and ancestral temples all collapsed. More than 60,000 people died. In the following month, it shook every few days until the end of the year. All the rivers in the northern part of the Hanxi River were turbulent. Almost 100 people drowned in my county alone. In the 4th year of the Jialu, the Maozhou in the south had a strange phenomenon of moving mountains. In the 8th year of the Jialu, the Heng prefecture in the southwest had a net of water and countless boats were moored. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a huge fire suddenly broke out. The fire spread for a long distance. More than 1,000 boats and more than 10,000 people's corpses were burned to ashes. The man's expression was mournful. His lips moved slightly. Are these natural disasters really natural disasters? The common people don't know the truth, but I do. The man turned his head and looked at the woman. I even know that before that rogue cultivator was captured and killed, he would definitely scold me as the lackey of the Lingyun sect and the Hanxi River's water god. He would hate me more than him. The woman wanted to say something but stopped. The man's face gradually became calm. I can already be sure that after the death of this rogue cultivator, within the county city, there will soon be rumors deliberately spread by those powerful families. They will say that in order to curry favor with the Lingyun sect, I painstakingly found the hiding place of that cultivator and surrounded and killed him. The woman sighed. That's most likely the case. The man smiled. I'm not saying this for you to hear. I'm saying it for myself. In the old well of the autumn reed-in, although white mist constantly rose in spirals and then spread in all directions, the water level was actually very low. The inner wall was covered with dark green moss. Suddenly, the water level rose rapidly and the water level was level with the mouth of the well. Then, a tall man wearing armor and holding a short halberd stepped out. The man had a long beard on both cheeks. Other than that, he was no different from an ordinary person. The man looked around. As for the youth who was meditating in the pavilion, he didn't pay any attention to him. His figure rose from the ground and instantly landed in the courtyard where the county governor was staying. He said in a clear voice, "County Governor Wei, that rogue cultivator's head has been personally chopped off by me." At that time, there were many outsiders who were watching the show. That hateful bastard didn't know what was good for him and scolded County Governor Wei before he died. It was very unpleasant to hear. "County Governor Wei, many of your shameful secrets have been completely exposed by that bastard. He even dared to splash dirty water on my lord." I was really angry. I originally wanted to give him a quick death, but I really felt that it was unfair for you, County Governor Wei, so I first poked a few holes in him before I chopped off his head. After this matter, when I return, I will report the situation to my lord. Don't worry, I will not let that bastard's words before he died ruin your relationship with my lord. This subordinate of the Hanxi River's water god left after he finished speaking. He didn't hesitate at all. The woman stood at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. According to the rogue cultivator's style and character, according to the man in the room, it was normal for him to curse him as a lackey before he died. However, it was very unreasonable for him to endlessly expose him in front of the Lingyun sect and the many forces in the county. This was because the man had private contact with him before. Both of their thoughts were clear in their hearts. If the man, as the county governor, betrayed the cultivator and betrayed him, it was very strange. Then the rogue cultivator's superfluous last words were also very abnormal. What I thought before, I still underestimated him. The county governor who was standing at the window had cultivated for many years. He understood the knack of it faster than the woman. He said softly, "There is chivalry at the foot of the mountain." 140. Within the borders of the Great Li, all of the upright deities of mountains and rivers conferred by the imperial court, in the common people's eyes, were nothing more than a clay sculpture of a golden body and an ancestral temple. Even the 5 great mountains' deities were the same, there was no exception. However, if it was the eastern vase continent outside of Dali, not to mention the Dragon Spring Tiafu River, Red Candle Town, and Chongden River, even the lesser gods like Dragon Whisker River could build a mountain and river mansion openly as long as they could build a good relationship with the local government and there were no powerful immortal sects nearby. The mansion standard was no different from the secular imperial court's Huangzi Palace or even better. The water god of Hanxi River, as one of the few gods in Huangting Nation, spent many years to build a luxurious mansion with a plaque with the word Great Water hanging on it at a section of the river where there were no towns within a radius of 100 miles. It occupied an area of 1,000 acres. However, it was announced that the owner of the mansion was the descendant of the Chu clan, the founder of Huangting country. The descendants of the Chu clan were good at making money and that was why they had such a huge property. In fact, the real owner was the Hanxi River god. Tonight, the mansion was brightly lit. Orioles sang and swallows danced as cups intertwined. Riches and honor filled the hall. Everlasting lanterns were hung on the 2 walls. This item was also a rare treasure in the mansion on the mountain. It was not the ingenious lamp but the drop of ambergris. Everlasting lanterns were mostly used in the emperor's secret chamber and mausoleum. It only required an ordinary candle and a drop of oil from the deep-sea ambergris whale oil. If the quality of the ambergris was good enough, the flame of the lamp would not be extinguished for 100 years. Moreover, the fragrance would last for a long time and could concentrate the mind. It was not inferior to high-quality sandalwood. A man in a green robe sat on the main seat. He held a white jade wine cup and gently shook it. The wine was golden, thick, and fragrant. There was a round patch embroidered on the chest of the man's robe. It was a golden dragon. There were more than 20 guests in the hall who came from afar. They were all cultivators of high status. However, they still appeared humble and polite in front of the man in the green robe. Occasionally, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. It was not as simple as the guests respecting the host. Autumn read in. Inside the house, the white-clothed youth had already left for a long time. Under the bright light, Chen Pingon finished carving the first white jade hairpin. He raised his head and looked at Li Huai, who was lying across from him. Do you like to carve the words Li Huai or Huayin? If the name is engraved, like treasure vase and Shui, it is simple and clear, and Huayin has a little meaning. Li Huai had a lot on his mind. After hearing this, he smiled and said, "Whatever you want." Chen Pingon picked up the black jade hairpin. How about this one? The color matches well with the shade of Huayu. Li Huai nodded, then mustered up his courage to ask, Chen Pingon, will you kill Lin Shui because you're angry? I feel that although Lin Shui has become a Qi refinement warrior, if he were to fight with you, I think it would be a matter of 1 or 2 punches. Actually, Lin Shui's temper is a little bad. He is more taciturn than us, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Chen Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking about? Why would I fight with Lin Shui? Li Huai added timidly, if Lin Shui takes the initiative to fight with you, Chen Pingon, you can fight then. Just teach him a lesson. Remember not to hit him too hard. Lin Shui is from a rich family. He is not as thick-skinned as me. He will be fine even if Li Baoping punches him a few times. I don't think he can take it. Chen Pingan did not know how to explain some things about people's hearts. He could only say, I will take note. Li Huai was completely relieved now. He immediately got up and ran to the small bookcase with a face full of smiles. He took out the painted wooden puppet and the silver ingot, then returned to the table and sat down. After letting the wooden puppet step on the silver ingot, he casually asked, Lin Shuyi told me earlier that all the provinces and counties in the world will follow the etiquette set up by the Confucian dynasty and build city god pavilions. The county towns will have city god temples. The county governors and county magistrates will be in charge of guarding the world of the living. The city god lord is in charge of the security of the netherworld, patrolling the territory and preventing ghosts and evil from secretly causing trouble. Chen Pingan, the city god temple that we went to previously is already so big. It is even set up in the county city. Why is it still called a temple? Shouldn't it be called city god pavilion? Besides, we walked around the city god temple for so long in the day. Could it be that we have already met Lord City God but we did not recognize him? Chen Pingan thought for a moment. You have to ask Cui Dongshan about this. Li Huai shook his head vigorously. I don't like that guy. He is so mysterious and weird. In a house, two ladies, one big and one small, sat opposite each other with an oil lamp between them. One of them was wiping a bamboo flute while the other had her arms crossed in front of her chest, glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey. The red cotton-padded jacket said, Thank you. You like to snore at night. I sleep in my own tent at night. I am so far away from you but I can still hear you. The tanned girl looked up and smiled. Sorry, I don't snore when I sleep. Li Baoping raised her eyebrows. How do you know that you don't snore when you sleep? Thank you used the pad of his finger to gently stroke the bamboo flute, deliberately imitating the action of the red cotton-padded jacket girl raising her eyebrows. Because I am a chi refinement warrior. In your eyes, I am an immortal on the mountain. Li Baoping raised her chin high and asked, Then do you have a small bookcase? Thank you was speechless. In the end, the young lady returned victorious. She took out a stack of books from the bookcase and began to read by the light at night. It was her favorite travel book about mountains and rivers. It was about strange mountains and rivers, mountain spirits and ghosts, and about scholars and fox immortals. The young lady was engrossed in reading. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she was enlightened, sometimes she was excited, and sometimes she was in a daze. Thank you saw all of this in his eyes. Subconsciously, he stretched out a finger and gently tickled the edge of his cheek. Lin Shuyi sat in the small pavilion with his eyes closed. He was meditating and concentrating. He breathed in and out, carefully feeling the water flow between heaven and earth. The big waves washed the sand, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. He collected the essence of the water vapor that seemed to be floating around the well bit by bit and absorbed them into his aperture acupoints. Even though there was quite a bit of commotion coming from the old well, the young man still remained indifferent. Fortunately, the demons that floated out of the well were clearly not targeting Lin Shuyi, so the two sides did not interfere with each other. Lin Shuyi had taken a fancy to a Taoist secret manual on the cultivation of the Five Thunders spell at a glance on the Chiduan mountain. It involved the specific cultivation of the 5 lower realms. There were only some general descriptions. However, in the hands of Lin Shuyi, who was good at calculation and deduction, the effect was amazing. Soon, Lin Shuyi felt that several qi dwellings in his body were bulging. Lin Shuyi was still unwilling to give up. He had traveled through mountains and rivers. Lin Shuyi did not want to miss out on such a rich and clear aura. After an hour, Lin Shuyi's face was rosy. He was like an ordinary person who could not endure the hunger. He did not know how to control himself and ate until he was full in one go. Suddenly, someone slapped Lin Shui on the shoulder. Lin Shui burped and took the opportunity to exhale a mouthful of turbid air. It was truly turbid air, filthy and smelly. That uninvited guest quickly waved his snow-white sleeves to disperse this mouthful of turbid air that had accumulated. He grumbled, "You are really bold. Aren't you afraid that you will die from eating too much?" Lin Shui was stunned. He asked doubtfully, "Qi refinement warriors absorb the spirit energy hidden between heaven and earth. Isn't it better to have more?" The teenager in white said in a bad mood, like what Xie said, "How can a wine cup contain 1,000 caddies of wine? The more, the better. According to what you said, those guys who established sects and claimed to be the ancestors had already swallowed the spirit energy of a few worlds into their stomachs. How can there be other Qi refinement warriors? Of course, they have to do it step by step. The number of cave abodes they excavate will determine how much spirit energy they absorb." Lin Shui felt some lingering fear in his heart. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The teenager in white sat cross-legged and looked at the old well where spirit energy was rising. However, this ethereal scene could only be seen by Qi refinement warriors who had attained a higher level or martial Dao grandmasters. For ordinary people, even if they stuck their heads into the well, they would only feel that it was cooler than other places. The teenager Cui Dong turned his head and smiled. "I saved your life. Can you lend me a talisman? It's a loan. I will return it in the future." Lin Shui hesitated for a moment. The teenager Cui Dong's lips twitched. "Don't worry. It's not the most precious for. It's just a very good, but not the best gold powder talisman." Lin Shui nodded. "Sure." Cui Dong snapped his fingers. A gold talisman slid out from Lin Shui's arms and landed in his palm. Cui Dong lowered his head and looked at it, his eyes filled with admiration. Talisman paper was one of the foundations of the Talisman sect, a major branch of Taoism. The ordinary talisman paper in the world was the yellow biao paper. One level higher was the hard yellow paper known as the yellow seal, which was commonly used by Taoist sects in the world. There were some special cases, such as the green talisman paper with the reputation of clear skies after rain, as well as some colorful talisman papers. He walked to the mouth of the well and faced Lin Shui in the pavilion. The young man Cui Dong raised 2 fingers and shook the talisman gently. He stepped back and slid into the well. At the same time, he said silently, "Avoid water." Usually, no matter what Chen Pingan does or says, he is always restrained and reserved, afraid that he will say or do something wrong. Li Huai immediately thinks of his father. He seems to be like this too. His mouth is pursed. Even if he is happy, his eyebrows are drooping, indicating that he is not very happy. Li Huai hesitates for a moment, but still decides to tell Chen Pingan some of the things that are hidden in the bottom of his heart. The child, who has his head on the table, stretches his neck, lowers his voice, and asks mysteriously, "Do you know why I always give in to Li Baoping?" Chen Pingan jokes, "You like her." Li Huai rolls his eyes, "How is that possible? I'm still so young. Besides, I'm not Lin Shui and Dong Shui Jing, those 2 perverts. Every time my sister comes to school to help me bring things, those 2 guys stare at me until their eyeballs fall to the ground. Especially Dong Shui Jing, every time he finds an excuse to go to my house to play, when my sister isn't home, he is sick. Every time my sister comes home, Dong Shui Jing is like he was injected with chicken blood. He can't wait to fill 2 big water tanks in my house. My mother likes Dong Shui Jing more. She thinks that he is honest, just like my father. My sister probably likes Lin Shui more. He is gentle and cultured, more like a scholar. After saying bad things about Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing, Li Huai's face turns gloomy. Back to the main topic. In school, everyone laughs at my father. They say that my father is the most useless man in town, that he married into the family. He is useless, he doesn't do his job, he lives off a woman, he is even more useless, stupid, and stupid. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. A rat's son only knows how to dig holes, so his son, which is me, is the most useless in school. Every time in the teacher's exam, I am at the bottom. Li Huai grins and smiles. Li Baoping's family background is the best in school, but including Lin Shui, she doesn't play with anyone. Every day she is like a gust of wind, flying around. She is always the last to come to class, and the first to disappear after class. Although she thinks I am noisy and likes to beat me for no reason, she never laughs at my father. But she never laughed at my father. There was one time when my father came to the school to look for me. Everyone despised him. Only Li Baoping was willing to lead the way for my father. She even called him Uncle Li, which made my father happy for many days. Every time someone deliberately makes fun of my father in front of me, Li Baoping will always stop them. She won't let them say bad things about my father. Chen Pingan sighed with emotion. So that's how it is. By the way, Li Huai, do you have a person you hate the most? Li Huai stares blankly. No, every time I come home, I eat a delicious fat chicken leg, and listen to my mother scold my father and sister with trivial things. All my unhappiness is gone. Chen Pingan directly twists the wick of the lamp with his finger to make the light brighter. He smiles. You are awesome. Li Huai is puzzled. What's so awesome about me? Li Baoping was such a wild girl. She liked to climb trees when she was very young, and then she would shout, "Fly! Fly! Fly!" and then she would fall to the ground with a plop. She never cried. She stood up by herself, and finally limped back home. She was afraid that the elders at home would notice that she was not walking properly, so she would deliberately delay coming home until very late. Even she, who is not afraid of anything, thinks that you are the most awesome person in the world. Chen Pingan picks up the carving knife again. When you grow up, you will know why you are awesome. Li Huai does not understand. Looking at the hairpins, he becomes more and more envious. When will you give us the hairpins? Chen Pingan stops carving. When we arrive at the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. Li Huai asks, then why did you give it to Lin Shui? I can see that you like it very much. Chen Pingan holds up a jade hairpin. Using the light, he carefully stares at the fine lines on the hairpin. I am afraid that I can't hold the good stuff. You are not outsiders, so I don't feel bad about giving it to you. Li Huai touched on his sore spot and asked tentatively, don't you feel any heartache about spending 2,000 taels of silver a night? Chen Pingan puts down the jade hairpin and the carving knife, put them back in the box, and said with a straight face, I have to go out for a walk and enjoy the scenery. Just take it as earning back a few taels of silver. Li Huai turns his head and looks at Chen Pingan's back, secretly laughing. Li Huai waits for Chen Pingan to close the door, then silently tells himself that in the future, he must give the best thing to Chen Pingan. Because this guy has walked through so many mountains and rivers. He has only accompanied the timid me to a place far away to pee and shit, and then stood not far away to talk to me. Chen Pingan doesn't dare to wander around. He goes to the pavilion and sees Lin Shui sitting there as expected. He doesn't dare to disturb the mountain immortal who stood out first in the team. He looks at him from a distance for a while. When he is about to turn around and leave, he sees Lin Shui standing up and waving at him. Chen Pingan walks into the pavilion. Compared to the handsome young man before entering the autumn read-in, the current Lin Shui seems to be more elegant. Lin Shui picks a topic that is not awkward, that Cui Dongshan borrowed a talisman from me, broke the rules of the inn, walked out of this pavilion, jumped into the old well and disappeared. Chen Pingan whispers, whether Chui Dongshan is dead or alive, I don't care, and I won't care. Lin Shui holds back for a long time, then turns to look at the well, about staying at the autumn read-in. I know you have good intentions, but you should have told me in advance. Chen Pingan nods, I will in the future. Lin Shui turns his head and carefully looks at the straw sandals youth's face and eyes. That's it? Chen Pingan asks back, otherwise. Lin Shui says self-deprecatingly, I thought you would reason with me, or be straightforward, roll up your sleeves and beat me up. I was actually prepared to not fight back. Chen Pingan shakes his head and doesn't speak. He leans against the pavilion pillar and looks at the well and the ruins of the old Qinghuang. Chen Pingan can't see anything. Lin Shui looks at Chen Pingan, I'm sorry. Chen Pingan smiles and waves his hand. He sits cross-legged, then stares at the old well without blinking. Lin Shui feels relieved, then asks, what are you doing? The straw sandals youth says seriously, I want to see the silver back. The cold youth who is already a cultivator quickly reaches out to rub his cheeks, just to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Although this person is not known for his combat power in this great water mansion, he is the publicly recognized chief military advisor. He always hides behind the scenes and gives advice to the water god. He also does not like to form cliques and be a maverick. Half of the beautiful maids serving tea and wine in the main hall are beauties of the mortal world. The other half of the maids who apply special makeup to conceal the aura of death are water ghosts who fell into the river and died. Of the water ghosts in the world, no matter if they died by drowning or committed suicide by jumping into the water, not everyone can become a water ghost. After death, they must have an innate physique before death and the time of death. These are all things that need to be paid attention to. If one is lucky enough to have a soul that does not disperse, then there is the possibility of being taken in as a maid by the Great Water Mansion. Among them, there are also water ghosts who are destroyed by the strong wind and constantly dissipate. For example, the soul-slapping wind and the soul-blowing wind that blow in the golden autumn season. Among the 5 elements, gold is the main killer. The 2 winds, one in the day and one in the night, take turns to drift. They are one of the natural enemies of ghosts. This is one of the origins of the so-called soul scattering in the mortal world. The 2 winds usually only pose a threat to otherworldly items. However, if a living person is extremely weak and has little fortune, they can also be injured by the wind. There is also the so-called execution after autumn. The imperial court usually executes the execution in autumn. This is the reason. It is to prevent malicious ghosts from running rampant. Other than that, the spring thunder that the mortal masters have heard is really like a drum pressing for death to otherworldly items. It is also a difficult juncture. From this, it can be seen that if it is not easy to be a human, it is also not easy to be a ghost. Other than the 4 trusted generals of the Great Water Mansion, the rest are the guests who came to congratulate him. The most pleasing person to the eyes of the green-robed man was, of course, the famous literary giant. Back then, he was just a poor scholar who accidentally slipped and fell into the water. It is a pity that this person is not suited to be an official. Even with the support of the water god, he was still only a 6th-grade imperial censor. In the end, he simply announced to the outside world that he resigned and lived in seclusion. In the mountains of Hezhou in the north of Huangting country, he built a luxurious mansion and became a carefree prime minister of the forest. After more than 20 years of management after his resignation, he was already known as the cultured sect master of the northern scholars of Huangting country. He has always been advocating for the water god of Hanxi River. There are more than 20 poems about Hanxi River alone. He was far from being comparable to the other person standing next to the basket youth. The calm-looking green-robed youth was the real deal. The old man no longer looked at the young man who was destined to have a miserable ending. He turned his head and looked at the young practitioner opposite him who he knew very well. The old man's eyes were full of haze. The latter was keenly aware of the gaze of the elders in the sect and slightly retreated. But soon he remembered that he had found a real big backer. Things were different now. He straightened his back and smiled calmly as he raised his cup of wine. The old man smiled insincerely and turned a blind eye. The old man was well-mannered, but the two young people beside him were furious when they saw this scene. They glared angrily at the proud traitor of the sect. The Lingyun sect cultivator sitting alone opposite was the culprit of the previous disturbance. At the end of the massacre, he was encountered by a passing rogue cultivator. Among the inner disciples of the Lingyun sect, his aptitude was average and he was not good at killing. He could not fight against the rogue cultivator who was good at catching and killing, so he quickly fled into the city. After that, he was in a leisurely mood and leisurely stayed in the Autumn Reed Inn. He probably had the intention of using the inn and Madame Lu as a protective talisman. After his whereabouts were discovered by the rogue cultivator, this rogue cultivator who acted righteously, even if he had to take the risk of being regarded as an enemy by the Autumn Reed Inn, still insisted on breaking in and fighting with the righteous cultivator of the Spirit Charm sect. As a result, not only did he break the moon image wall, he was also deliberately taken to the nearby streets by the Lingyun sect cultivator. The latter threw out magic weapons and spells, injuring more than 20 innocent people. Since then, it gave the rich families of the county city an excuse to put pressure on the government. The rogue cultivator was identified as the one who started the fight, so they killed him first. As for the hidden reason, since he was dead, no one said anything. Even if there were some rumors, it was just wind from an empty cave. Those rogue cultivators who did not want to be recorded by the government had always been disliked by the countries. They did not dare to be treated as a rat crossing the street, but they all hoped to stay away from them and not cause trouble in their own country's territory. Once these rootless duckweeds had a conflict with the local snake, as long as it was not a dragon crossing the river with an exceedingly high cultivation base, the local government and Jianghu forces would definitely choose to side with their acquaintances. To a large extent, this was equivalent to the young rogue cultivator who had betrayed his sect. At this moment, when he saw the senior of his sect that he had originally respected, he did not appreciate it. You are allowed to fight, but you are not allowed to use that pair of iron maces, so as to avoid the scene of heads exploding. You are happy, but if you disgust the guests, you cannot afford to be punished. The feminine man smiled and stood up. Thank you for your reward, master. The young rogue cultivator in white took a few steps back. It turned out that he wanted to sit on the threshold to rest. After sitting down, he waved his hand to the water snake spirit who came out of a few tables. Don't worry, wait for me to finish my words first. The literati in the hall and the guests looked at each other. The green-robed man held his belly and laughed, raising his cup to drink. Among the guests, there were two people sitting at the head of the Lingyun sex traders. They were about 30 years old, high-spirited, and showing off their abilities. After seeing the young rogue cultivator in white style, they were still disdainful. One person carried a long sword on his back even when he was drinking, while the other placed his sword horizontally on the table. The distance between the sword and the right hand holding the sword was at most a few feet. These two people were obviously two famous sword cultivators. Although one could not tell if their respective natal flying swords had been nurtured to great success, sword cultivators were widely acknowledged to have the greatest killing power among the Qi refinement warriors and had the best cultivation experience. Even the cultivators of the Middle Five States would not dare to belittle any sword cultivator of the Middle Five States. This was because every time a sword cultivator ascended a state, the power of the flying sword would increase, and the growth of cultivation base would far exceed that of ordinary Qi cultivators. Especially in the lower 5 states, the life source flying sword was extremely fragile. Once a sword cultivator successfully ascended to the middle 5 states, it would usher in earth-shaking changes. Every sword cultivator who had ascended to the middle 5 states or had the potential to do so, especially the young sword cultivators, would be the distinguished guests of various forces. There was a popular saying on the mountain, in the middle 5 states, a 60-year-old chi cultivator is a 100-year-old young sword cultivator. The implication was that a 60-year-old immortal in the middle 5 states was no longer a genius figure, but a 100-year-old sword cultivator was still a stunning chi cultivator. Among the 2 sword cultivators who visited the Great Water Mansion together, one was an itinerant cultivator. It was said that he had received the true teachings of a wandering master, belonging to the Taoist lineage. He was bestowed with a divine weapon that could cut iron like mud, and the seal script was hand-blade. The other was the reclusive disciple of the head of the Crouching Dragon Temple. The orthodoxy of the Crouching Dragon Temple belonged to the external elixir lineage of the Taoist Dan Cauldron sect. They collected heavenly and earthly treasures, built cauldrons to refine elixirs, and used medicine as bait to aid in cultivation. The treasure of the temple was an ancient inkstone, called the Old Dragon Inkstone. It was one of the 10 famous inkstones of the Vase continent. At the edge of the inkstone, there was a small and old skinny dragon, sleeping and snoring softly. It was said that the ancient Shu country was a place where dragons lurked everywhere, stirring up trouble. There were legends of immortals slaying the evil dragons and dragons everywhere. It was said that this small old dragon sleeping on the inkstone was an ancient seed that escaped the calamity. As for the young sword cultivator who laid his sword on the table, as the disciple of the Crouching Dragon Temple, he came here to represent his sect and secretly discuss with the Hanshi River god, who had connections in the imperial court, to upgrade the Crouching Dragon Temple from a temple to a palace. It was not easy for a Taoist sect to obtain a palace as the sect's suffix. It was like a country's monarch bestowing the title of true sovereign. There was a limit to the number of true sovereigns, and it would not become a disaster. It was not that the monarch could have as many true sovereigns as he wanted, and it was not that any random Taoist who gained the monarch's recognition could obtain this special title. The Taoist sects of the Vase continent would send people to investigate and determine if that true sovereign had the qualifications to be the country's true sovereign. The young man in white who had been behaving strangely from beginning to end coughed, sat on the doorstep and said loudly, "I came here today to teach you how to be a human and also teach you how to be a god and a ghost. Sigh, I'm a little tired." The young man had just started talking, but his face was full of listlessness. He was the first to feel bored, to the extent that he said the last 3 sentences weakly. To be a human, to have a breath of noble spirit, to be a man of indomitable spirit. To be a god, since I fought for that incense, I want to benefit the common people. Even if the path of Shin has collapsed, I want to prove that the incense will not cease, and my path will not be lonely. To be a ghost, the heavens and earth do not want me to live, but I want to achieve immortality amidst the astral winds and spring thunder. Originally, there was a bit of chewiness in his words, but when it came out from the young man in white's mouth, it completely changed its flavor, and seemed very harmless. The young man in white sighed, curled his lips, and said to himself, "Big Brother Alliance, you can say these words, but I really can't." The young man in white sighed again, and stood up again. "Forget it, I'm not playing anymore, I'll do my own business." Then he turned his head to look at a place where there was no one, and said, "What bullshit ability, you dare to learn how to be chivalrous? Do you really think you are Alliance? Now look, your soul is gone, and the light is flickering. If you didn't meet me, who is proficient in the divine soul technique, you don't even know where you are now. You can't see the sun tomorrow, and you still have to see whether your ancestral grave will emit green smoke. Why bother?" After the young man in whites but left the threshold, he stretched out his hand and pointed at all the people in front of him. "To be honest, in my eyes, all of you are ants." There was complete silence. The young man asked, "You don't believe me? A moment later, the wine cup in the man in green's hand shattered with a bang. 143. Is it really a scholarly sage who has come to the Great Water Mansion? And this scholarly sage is not an ordinary master of the academy. The green-robed man sitting on the main seat gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His sitting posture was stiff and his body was tense. This god of the Hanshi River, who had been tyrannical in the north of Huangting Nation for hundreds of years, had to clench his fists and hit the armrest of the chair heavily to resist the urge to get up and beg for mercy. Huangting Nation was just one of the vassal states of the Great Sui Kingdom. This seemingly immature, uninvited guest in front of him was definitely not a native. He had long been familiar with the qi cultivators of Huangting Nation. He knew who he could provoke and who he should befriend. After hundreds of years of hard work, the green-robed man was very confident about all of this. The masters of each of the 72 academies of Confucianism had to be at least at the 10th realm to be qualified to control the academies. The powerful qi cultivators of the upper 5 states were usually elusive. Therefore, the 10th state qi cultivators who were relatively close to the dynasties of the secular world, such as the master of the academy, were already qualified to be respectfully addressed as the scholarly sage by the secular world. Other than that, there was also the golden arhat of Buddhism and the land immortal of Taoism. This small group of top qi cultivators was like the statue in the ancestral temple. The position of the statue was high enough but not too far away. One could worship it by burning incense and kowtowing. Otherwise, those old immortals of the upper 5 realms who were hidden in the clouds would not be able to find the temple even if one carried a pig's head. The green-robed man's eyes gradually turned red and filled with blood vessels. A faint golden glow appeared in his eyes. He still tried his best to stare at the statue of the sage behind the white-robed young man without blinking. In his vision, on the altar, there was a majestic old man in a snow-white robe who was shining brightly. The rays of light seemed to contain the truth of the great Tao. Every ray of light, if one looked closely, was connected by countless golden words that flashed and disappeared. They were written with the etiquette and rules of Confucianism. The Dharma form of the sage was wearing a laurel belt. Its sleeves were as wide as a bird's wings and swayed without wind. There was a shining jade pendant hanging on its waist, which was particularly eye-catching. It was like a small pocket-sized moon in the human world. It couldn't be faked. It was the genuine aura of a saint. The green-robed man's background was actually very deep. He had been influenced by what he saw and heard since he was young, so he knew a lot of secrets. He just happened to be someone who knew what was good for him, so when he saw this scene, he became even more frightened. If it was an ordinary cultivator of the middle 5 realms from the mountain sect, they might have thought that it was some sort of deceitful trick. The tall man in green robes with golden dragons embroidered on them finally blinked his eyes. He had no choice but to avert his gaze. Due to the piercing pain, tears slowly slid out of his eyes, but they quickly dissipated. Naturally, he didn't want to show any signs of cowardice in front of his subordinates and guests. In his long life of cultivation, he was able to reach where he was today and sit firmly in this high position. Just by relying on his good foundation and good fortune, without the support of a persevering and indomitable mind, all his achievements would have been washed away by the torrential waters of the Hanshi River. Someone had once taught him that the knowledge of a saint would only grow stronger if one drilled into it. The statue of the saint was extremely high. The golden dragon on the green-robed man's chest seemed to have been given a finishing touch by an immortal. It actually became a living creature and began to rapidly spin and swim. The green-robed man's green robe was like a green lake. However, the golden dragon's frenzied rampage did not have the leisure of a flood dragon swimming in water. There was only madness and pain. As the golden flood dragon that was half an arm's length rampaged around, its originally bright golden luster gradually dimmed. Furthermore, there were constantly golden threads that peeled off from the green-robed man's body like fine feathers. They fell to the ground and turned into ashes. The white-robed youth smiled as he took a step forward. Then, he raised his foot again. A tiny pond worm dares to test me time and time again. You tried to test me twice before. Then, I will stomp your Hanshi River into 3 sections. Let's see how you will control the 16 rivers in the future. Just as the youth was about to stomp on the ground for the second time, the chair under the green-robed man's buttocks shattered with a bang, turning into fine powder. This insufferably arrogant Hanshi River god staggered up. One of his hands tightly clutched the golden flood dragon on his chest, preventing it from continuing to rampage around like a headless fly. His other hand was raised high and slapped down with great difficulty. The corner of his mouth was full of blood. He said in a hoarse voice, disobeying orders and offending an esteemed guest. Death is not to be regretted. There was a bang. The head of the water snake spirit exploded just like that. After the corpse fell to the ground, it returned to its true form. It was a slender, multicolored water snake. The sound of the immortal's relic, iron mace, falling to the ground was especially crisp and ear-piercing in the empty hole. The white-robed youth's feet were less than half an inch from the ground. The green-robed man did not bother to wipe the corner of his mouth. He stood up straight and was about to bow down and apologize. The white-robed youth, who had stopped stomping, had a glint in his eyes. He slowly retracted his foot. But in an instant, the youth chanted again, "The flood dragon is born." He stomped on the ground. Clean and efficient. The divine statue naturally followed suit and stomped on the ground. The white-robed youth's foot stepped on the green brick floor of the great water manor. And when the statue behind him stomped down, it would be stepping on the providence of the Hanshi River. The green-robed man's 5 fingers that were clutching the golden flood dragon had already pierced into the skin of his chest. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he was still unwilling to let go. This was where the dawn of his Tao was. It was the condensation of his willpower and the crux of his heart. He could not let go even if he died. The white-robed youth loosened his tightly clenched fists and shook his sleeves. His movements were incomparably elegant. He slowly walked forward and circled around the pitiful corpse of the water snake spirit. He raised his head and looked at the main seat. He raised his foot and stepped on the iron mace, causing the immortal weapon to roll around on the ground. He chuckled, "Master Water God, are you very surprised?" Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The green-robed man with a miserable expression stabilized his swaying body. He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he lowered his head and glanced at the dark golden flood dragon that was wailing non-stop in front of his chest. After slowly raising his head, the water god, who had not personally killed an enemy for almost 200 years, muttered with a dazed gaze, "Perfected immortal, can't you let me off? If Immortal Master kicks me again, I'll be no different from death." Everyone in the hall did not know what had happened. They were all dumbfounded. Your great water estate set this trap not only to test whether the local governor is smart enough, but also because you already have a conclusion in your heart. The Lingyun sect is inextricably linked to the Huangting country's Hong clan emperor. They are like grasshoppers on a rope. However, you are unwilling to accompany the foolish Lingyun sect and Huangting country's Hong clan to be buried under Dolly's iron hooves. Thus, you intend to use this opportunity to sever your relationship with them so that when Dolly's army invades the south and the Hong clan is destroyed, the Great Water Estate will be implicated in the flames of war. The youth clicked his tongue and said, "Only country bumpkins like the Lingyun sect can't see through such a clumsy trick. They are blind, they really are blind." Well said, but they still have to die. The green-robed man's expression was uncertain. However, he laughed out loud and his mood was much better. He slapped the 3 people from the Lingyun sect and smashed their skulls instantly. The 3 of them didn't even have time to use any spells or skills. The white-robed youth walked forward slowly and walked towards the main seat of the hall. As he passed by 2 young sword cultivators, he didn't stop. He turned his head and smiled. One of them is a wandering cultivator with an unorthodox background. Whether he lives or dies, don't be anxious. It will depend on my mood later. The other one is the closed-door disciple of the dragon-subduing temple's sect leader. His identity is passable and he has some weight. Let me think, the reason why you are here should be because of that gong word, right? Is it strange that I guessed it? Can you not look like you just ate sh*t, okay? If you continue to be like this, the water god will make your head explode. The 2 sword cultivators felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They had never seen such a soul-stirring scene. At this moment, they even had the heart to die. The young man in white continued to walk forward. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the literary tycoon who gave people the impression of flattery. He smiled and said, "Your real name should be Tang Jiang on the C-grade secret file in the Green Bamboo Pavilion, right? If that's the case, you have been hiding in the Huangting country for many years. You have worked hard but you didn't contribute much. It was just a little bit of unnecessary hard work. And then tell your water god about the spy report that you just received and the mission that the higher-ups gave you. Now, the 2 of you are really brothers on the same boat." The latter no longer had the attitude of flattery. His aura was calm and he cupped his fists. Green Bamboo Pavilion's 3rd-grade death warrior Tang Jiang greets. At the end, this Dolly Green Bamboo Pavilion's death warrior was a little awkward. He didn't know how to address this important person who had exposed his identity. There were only a few people in the Dolly dynasty who knew about the secret of the Green Bamboo Pavilion. Therefore, Tang Jiang no longer tried to hide his identity. Moreover, even if he took a step back, the young man in white was really the archenemy of the Li dynasty. If Tang Jiang's identity was exposed, only death awaited him. It all depended on whether he would die happily or painfully. The white-robed youth waved his hand dispiritedly and said, "Forget it. There's no point in calling me anything now." The youth stared at the provincial lord whose legs were trembling and didn't say a word. Most of the other lords were from the local counties. The Hong family's emperor felt that this was the only way to balance the provincial governor who was an official from outside. The 2 sides restrained each other. No one could form a situation where the military town was independent. This was another strange thing in the Huangting country. The white-robed youth thought for a while and pointed at the other lord. "If you have the ability, just kill me. Who said that human nature is evil? Isn't it you?" He turned his neck as if he was talking to someone, just like when he first appeared outside the door. "Are you disappointed that I didn't kill your enemy? You thought that I was going to seek justice for you. You didn't expect that I was even more evil than them. Are you even more disappointed?" The white-clothed youth did not wait for the soul to give him a reply. He waved his sleeve and completely dispersed the remaining soul. Ever since he appeared at the post road at Yefu Pass at the border of Dolly, how could he accompany a group of children to play? There was a massacre in the hall. The white-clothed youth quietly placed the hand that was in pain on his abdomen, while his other hand covered his mouth and yawned. It was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was difficult to change one's nature. 144, Autumn Read-In, at the old well not far from the pavilion. A young man with straw sandals sat there quietly, as if waiting for someone. In his room, the child Li Huai was already asleep, and the lamp on the table was extinguished. The young man put away the maps of mountains and rivers. There were maps of the southern provinces of Dolly and maps of the Great Sui Kingdom. They were all given to him by Ruanxiu. After he put the maps back into the basket, he sat at the table and began to think about the same problem. There was no doubt about Miss Ruan. However, the young man with the mole between his eyebrows and the magistrate of the Yamen, Wu Yuan, had appeared together at the blacksmith shop. And these maps, according to Miss Ruan's unintentional words, were generously given by the Yamen. His group went south and met outside Yafu Pass. The two groups met and entered Huangting together. What they saw and heard was strange. In the end, Chen Pingan walked to the pavilion again and came to the well. He sat at the mouth of the well and waited. In the Great Water Manor, the atmosphere was gloomy, and the floor was covered in blood. The lively hall, which was originally filled with singing and dancing, was now empty. The young man in white was still sitting on the white jade chair, his mind wandering. The green-robed man stood in the hall and was using the water technique to disperse the blood stains and the smell of blood. The young maidservants of the Great Water Manor, whether they were drowning ghosts or living people, were all dealt with by the green-robed man. If the ruler did not keep it a secret, he would lose his officials. If the matter was not kept a secret, he would lose his chastity. The green-robed man shook the 18 rivers in the northern part of Huangting and forged this small country into a solid bucket. He obviously understood this principle. Among the two trusted aides, the military advisor of the Great Water Manor, the scholar in a scholar's robe, sat upright. He neither drank nor ate meat, like a lifeless clay Buddha. The bloated river-blocking toad had a dispirited expression. He sat in his seat obediently, as if he was frightened by today's tragedy. Dolly's green bamboo pavilion, Teng Jiang, sat in his original position. He held chopsticks in one hand and a cup in the other, eating the dishes that were gradually cooling down with relish. How many years has it been since he was so happy? If he continued to bend his waist for a few more years, he would be completely used to being someone's lackey. Perhaps, even if Great Li's cavalry crushed Huangting Kingdom's territory, he would not know how to be a proper person anymore, right? Although the cultivator who betrayed the Lingyun sect did not die, he was sweating profusely. In addition, there were two lucky survivors. They were the two young sword cultivators with different backgrounds. The white-clothed youth had given them a chance to live. There were still two beasts left by the cultivators of the Lingyun sect in the hall. The two sword cultivators who had not reached the middle 5 realms, if they could kill one beast with their life source flying sword without using a sword, they could become the real distinguished guests of the Grand Water Mansion from then on. The young man in white even promised them that they could be brothers with the Hanxi River god. This honor would undoubtedly help the two of them to become powerful figures in the north of the Huangting nation. Especially the Qi cultivator from the Crouching Dragon Temple. Previously, he was only one of the beloved disciples of the sect leader. From today onwards, he would most likely be the next sect leader and no one would dare to compete with him. The two sword cultivators were both at the peak of the 3rd realm. Their life-bound flying swords were still extremely weak and short of breath. Their battle against the two beasts was a dangerous one. What's shattering the mountains and rivers? Destroying the country. It's your father who is useless. So it's Sui Bin who is shameless. He even dares to drag you down with him. What are you ashamed of? It's your father who should be so ashamed that he hangs himself. Don't worry. Master Water God will protect you. If your father scolds you, let Master Water God slap him. The Hebo scholar was dumbfounded. The man in the green robe felt a headache. The girl gathered her courage and raised her head. She quickly glanced at the face of the man in the scholarly robe. Then she lowered her head again. She sobbed and said softly, "Father, your daughter is unfilial." The young man in white was so angry that he walked over quickly. He slapped the girl's head and scolded jokingly, "You are useless." The man in the green robe saw that the Dolly imperial tutor was about to leave. He quickly followed behind and asked softly, "Master Imperial Tutor is not going to rest here tonight?" The young man in white said, "Such a strong murderous aura. I am scared." The man in the green robe did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he reached the threshold, the young man in white first looked at the silent father and daughter. Then he said to the Hanshi River god, "You are much luckier than her. You have a father who is not so pedantic and inflexible." The man in the green robe became more and more submissive. "Master Imperial Tutor has already met my father." The young man in white nodded and said, "He even treated us to a few delicacies in the wild. To be honest, it's much better than your ordinary dishes." The man in the green robe smiled and said, "How can I be compared to my father?" The young man in white stopped and patted the shoulder of the water god. "The damage to my legs. When Dolly takes over Huang Ting country, they will compensate you even more. That white jade chair is still useful to your race. I will give it to you." The man in the green robe bowed and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to die for Master Imperial Tutor." This Dolly Imperial Tutor clearly did not take it seriously. He told the man in the green robe not to send him off. He walked out of the great water estate alone and jumped into the Hanshi River. The young man in white was in the river. He did not need to move his hands or feet. He was able to swim agilely. His posture was elegant. He was like a white dragon that lived on the territory of Gushu in ancient times. He finally followed the flow of the river and came to the bottom of the well at the old city god's old site. He did not immediately go to the autumn reed that was close by. Instead, he stopped and did not move for a long time. The young man in white had his hands behind his back. He stood in the well and looked up at the sky. At the mouth of the well, someone suddenly asked, "Why are you not coming up?" The young man in white smiled and said, "I don't dare." 145/P. Chen Pingon at the mouth of the well said, "Come up." The boy in white at the bottom of the well shook his head and said, "No." Chen Pingon said calmly, "Let's have a good talk and reason first. We won't fight at the beginning. Besides, I only know a little brute force. If we really fight, can I beat you, Cui Dongshan?" The boy below Cui Dong shook his head hard and said, "I don't want to." Chen Pingon frowned and said, "Why?" Cui Dong said loudly, "I'm afraid of the heat. It's cooler at the bottom of the well." Chen Pingon took a deep breath, stood up and walked slowly around the old well. Soon a voice came from below, "Chen Pingon, don't pretend. You don't think I'm your student, but I think you're my teacher. So I can't beat you or kill you. If you insist on fighting, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Also, your murderous aura is about to fill this old well. If I still go up and get beaten up, I'm not stupid." The boy in white said with a smile. He stepped on the rippling water and reached out to the inner wall of the old well. The green moss was smooth and cold. Although his words were casual, he was not at ease at all at the moment. It was even more exhausting than pretending to be a master in the big water mansion. Because after coming to the bottom of the well from the bottom of the river, Cui Dong realized for the first time that the boy surnamed Chen Pingon could really threaten his life. Although he did not know what shocking means Chen Pingon had hidden, his intuition had always been very accurate. Chen Pingon was walking in circles, but he didn't want to beat around the bush with that guy. He asked straightforwardly, "Did you ask County Magistrate Wu Yuan to secretly tamper with the maps from the county yamen?" Cui Dong shouted, "Hey, hey, hey. Chen Pingon, what are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly." Chen Pingon nodded and said, "That's right." Cui Dong suddenly became anxious. "What? Is there such a logic?" Chen Pingon asked, "I only have one question for you. Will you hurt Li Baoping and the others?" Chui Dong didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he asked, "If I tell you the answer, will you believe me?" Chen Pingan said without hesitation, "No." Chui Dong was hopping mad. "Then why the hell did you ask?" The youth above did not say anything else. Chui Dong pricked up his ears to listen, but there was no movement. He immediately panicked and felt wronged. His expression was solemn and stirring. He thought to himself, "Motherf asterisk cur, a tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. If it was tonight at the mansion of Deshui, I could randomly pick up an ant and throw it in front of you, Chin Pingan, and you dare to be so arrogant again." However, it was a pity that he was under someone else's roof and had no choice but to lower his head. The young man in white quickly stretched his neck and shouted, "Chin Pingan, young Master Chin, Brother Chin, Grandpa Chin, Ancestor Chin. You don't want to be my Mr. no matter what, so I don't care if you don't want to be my Mr. Chin. However, we don't have any grudges against each other. Can you not be so unreasonable? If you don't want to talk about friendship, we can talk about Jianghu ethics." Finally, there was a response from above. "I promised Mr. Qi that I would send them safely to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom." On the surface of the water at the bottom of the well, the young man in white was completely silent. Beside the well, after these words were spoken, it was totally silent. Chen Pingan had never trusted the young man in white and was very wary of him. There was no doubt that the man surnamed Shui had ulterior motives from the beginning. Even a blind man could see this. For example, when they stayed at the autumn reed in this time, the man surnamed Shui first used the town god temple as a bait and naturally implicated the autumn reed in. As she ran, she turned her head and waved. "Young martial uncle, I'm going to sleep first." Chen Pingan smiled and waved his hand, then returned to the old well. The young man in white stayed where he was. He did not leave from the bottom of the well, nor did he appear at the mouth of the well. The mountain range to the west of Longquan extended. One of the mountains was called Luopa Mountain. A secretary named Fu Yu, as the #1 confidant of County Magistrate Wu Yuan, had a dispute with outsiders in the county. Wu Yuan did not want to cause more trouble at this juncture, and did not want people to make an issue out of it. Thus, she let Fu Yu be in charge of watching the construction of this mountain temple. In fact, he was here to avoid the limelight. In the middle of the night, when there were few stars, this young man from Dolly's rich family, who had been reduced to a corrupt official, found a strange person who was building a bamboo house on Luopa Mountain alone. After that person saw Fu Yu, he smiled and asked, "Shouldn't it be that imperial tutor Chui's student, County Magistrate Wu, who is looking for me personally?" Fu Yu's expression was indifferent. He went straight to the point and explained, "Wu Yuan is a chess piece that the Empress placed beside her husband, and I am a chess piece that the imperial tutor placed beside Longquan's county magistrate." The handsome appearance, the demeanor of an aristocratic family's son, the indifferent gaze, and finally the cold words. It was completely different from the gentle and refined impression that Fu Yu always gave people in the yamen. After Fu Yu revealed the secret, he stretched out a palm and opened it in front of the other person. That person picked up a black chess piece from Fu Yu's palm and gestured for Fu Yu to sit on a bamboo chair. His face was full of smiles. "I understand. Then, one of us will ask for a sky-high price, and the other will sit on the ground to return the money. Under the bright moon and cool breeze, will we do things like seeking personal gain?" Fu Yu looked at this former divine water country's North Mountain god and nodded. He did not get angry from Wei Pai's mockery. He calmly sat on the small bamboo chair and turned his head to look at the unfinished bamboo house in the night. The bamboo house was not big. It took a long time to build, but it was not even half built. This was because Wei Pai did not spend money to hire the town's strong young men, nor was he willing to talk to the Longquan county magistrate to borrow a group of loose felons. He did everything himself. This was because only a few mountains, including Luopa Mountain, were not forbidden. The woodcutter villagers could still enter Luopa Mountain to chop firewood. The other mountains had various immortals who had people build mansions. It was in full swing. Every day, the mountains would be covered in dust. Rumor had it that Luopa Mountain had a bottomless cliff cave. Around it, one could see a huge crush mark. She asked a crucial question. Even if I'm willing to hand over this place, how will you get the Dali Imperial Court to recognize your identity? Yinshin replied perfunctorily, I have my ways. You don't have to worry about it. The female ghost floating in the air turned to look at the plaque and then turned to look at the mountain path in the distance. Once upon a time, there was a thin scholar who carried a worn-out book box on a rainy night and staggered along. Perhaps to boost his courage, he loudly recited the contents of the Confucian classics. The poor scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial exam had a bright gaze. She floated to the ground and asked, Can you not change this plaque? Yinshin nodded. Why not? In at most 100 years, I will return this mansion to Madam. The female ghost walked forward slowly and brushed past Yinshin. Just like that, she walked into the distance. She muttered to herself, the mountains and rivers meet again, but there will be no reunion. She turned and smiled. The crux of this mansion is on the plaque. I have already given up control of it. How much of the destiny of the mountains and rivers will depend on your own ability? Yinshin asked doubtfully, Don't you hate the Dali dynasty? They deliberately hid the truth from you so that you can continue to control the destiny of this place. The female ghost did not say a word and floated away. There was a villa that lived in seclusion in the northern mountain forest of Huangting country. The mountains and rivers were steep, but there was a scenic spot nearby. On the mountain wall by the river, there were obscure cliff stone carvings. Every word was as big as a bamboo hat, which attracted tourists. In addition, this mansion built a wide mountain path that allowed carriages to pass through, so it was not considered unfrequented. From time to time, people would pass by to stay or rest. The owner of the villa was a hale and hearty old man. His status was quite high. He was the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue of Huangting country. The old man had always been hospitable. Regardless of whether the visitor was a high-ranking official or a rural woodcutter, he would treat them warmly. There was a full moon tonight. The mountain forest and river were covered with moonlight. At a small ferry that no one cared about throughout the year, there was an old man carrying a dim yellow lantern and a yellowed ancient book under his arm. He walked out of the mansion alone and went down the mountain to the ferry where there were no wild boats. He took out a small wooden boat mold from his sleeve and gently threw it into the small bay. When it was 10 feet above the water surface, the small wooden boat suddenly enlarged and finally became no different from a normal boat. It crashed into the water surface and splashed countless water. In the silence of the night, the sound was particularly shocking. Old City God Site, Autumn Read-In. At the mouth of the well and the bottom of the well, there were two youths who seemed to be similar in age but had a huge disparity in status. Chen Pingon gently stepped on the edge of the well. He leaned forward slightly and looked at the bottom of the well. He shouted, Cui Dong Shan. The white-robed youth put his hands behind his back and looked up with a smile. Why, have you finally thought it through? Chen Pingon continued, When we first met, what did you call yourself? In an instant, the youth, Cui Dong, suddenly became alert. His scalp went numb and his heart boiled. Then, a snow-white rainbow crashed into the bottom of the well. Sword chi poured down like a waterfall, covering the entire well. At the bottom of the well, the handsome youth with a mole between his eyebrows put his shoulder against the mirror and said in pain, Chen Pingon. If you don't kill me this time, Cui Dong, will kill you with my own hands even if I have to risk half of my life. I will peel your soul bit by bit and let you live a life worse than death for 100 years. In the small town, Chui stole the spring festival couplets on the wall of Song Jisun's house. Chen Pingan went to the backyard of the Yang family's shop and mentioned Xiao Hu and martial uncle to old Yang. But the old man didn't say anything. Chen Pingan didn't get to the bottom of it. He just thought that old Yang wasn't familiar with it or was completely uninterested. This was because the young man with the mole between his eyebrows had only said 2 words when he announced his name at the foot of the memorial arch. The young man himself had said that the second word was very obscure, so Chen Pingan was only sure of one word, Chui, from beginning to end. Later on, Chen Ping and recalled something. Lady Ningyao had once unintentionally mentioned that there was a fellow in the Li dynasty nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. He was very good at chess and was the only person who could make the Great Sui dynasty's national player view him as a great enemy. Chen Pingan asked Li Baoping and the other 2 if they had heard of Xiao Hu. The 3 children who grew up in the small town like him shook their heads. Later on, Chen Pingan had asked the Yin god this question, but the Yin god clearly knew the answer. He said that he had rules to abide by and could not say anything. If he violated those rules, Yin thunder would rise from the ground and destroy his soul. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't want to force the Yin god, so he put the question aside. Chen Pingan looked at the Yin god's attitude towards the youth surnamed Chui. From the beginning to the end, the Yin god was distant and calm. At the very least, he didn't treat the white-clothed youth as an enemy. Chen Pingan was relieved. He felt that whether it was Cui Dongshan or the chess player Xiao Hu, no matter what they coveted, it was a fight between the 2 of them. Even if he lost in chess, he could just use his sword qi and destroy it. If one strand was not enough, he could use another. If he used up 2 strands of sword qi and still couldn't kill the white-clothed youth, then Chen Pingan could only resign himself to fate. However, when Chen Pingan saw the line on the map, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He was afraid that the line that started from the Yamen was actually a further source. Chen Pingan couldn't imagine the conspiracy that started from the Yamen. For example, Mr. Qi suddenly died. After that, the coach of the school suddenly died while leading Li Baoping and the others to Cliff Academy. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, became the richest person in the town in the end. He sat on 5 mountains. Before the white-clothed youth surnamed Shui entered the well tonight, he personally mentioned a seal of World Winter Jasmine in the house. Chen Pingan just happened to have a seal of Jingxin's pride that Mr. Qi gave him. It must have something to do with Mr. Qi. It must have something to do with Li Baoping and the other 2. It might be a situation where people die. Back in the small town, Chen Pingan had personally experienced the ruthlessness of cultivators. Chen Pingan couldn't imagine how much regret he would feel if the cute Li Baoping, the timid Li Huai, and the smart Lin Shi died in front of him, and he couldn't do anything about it. Chen Pingan's chess skills were slow and not agile. He didn't even deserve to carry Lin Shi's shoes. Although he didn't sort out the complete sequence of events in the end, since he had already thought of the worst-case scenario, there was no way he would let Xiao Hu, who was extremely good at chess, advance step by step. When the time came, Chen Pingan was afraid that when this person closed the net, even if he had 2 wisps of sword qi, he wouldn't be able to change the outcome. If it was only Chen Pingan's object or Lin Shi's so-called illusory great way, Chen Pingan wouldn't be so determined to make the first move. At this moment, after Chen Pingan used this wisp of sword qi, the qi residence where the sword qi resided was swept away. There was nothing left. Therefore, the qi in his body took advantage of the gap and crazily rushed in. This caused the qi and blood in the nearby aperture acupoints to be violently turbulent. Chen Pingan felt a sharp pain in his heart. The pain made the youth fall down on the edge of the well and gasp for breath. Blocked by the ancient mirror, the rainbow of sword chi didn't disperse for a long time in the well. Chen Pingan stared at the bottom of the well and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. He tried to force himself to take a breath, but failed. He tried again and again. The youth's eyes were red, his ears were buzzing, and his heart was beating like a drum. All the meridians in his body were like rivers and streams after a rainstorm, rushing together. With only one thought left in his mind, the youth stood up shakily and told himself in his heart, "Again, I must do it again. I must let this last wisp of sword chi accumulate power in the chi residence. Otherwise, if that person still has the strength to fight back, he will kill everyone. I promised Mr. Chi that no one will be harmed. I must keep my promise." The youth in straw sandals, who was in a daze, first stood up shakily and then stepped onto the well with his other foot. No matter how the youth's upper body swayed, Chen Pingan's 2 feet seemed to be rooted on the well. Unfortunately, no one was there to see this scene. The youth's 2 fingers formed a sword and trembled as he pointed to the bottom of the well. On the west side of the Aquarius continent, by the shore of the ocean, a poor scholar was planning to leave the Aquarius continent and return to the distant Central Plains. He sensed the situation at the last moment and said helplessly, "You little kid, the younger you are, the more you seek death. You are not strict enough in teaching, the teacher is lazy. Forget it, you have to clean up your own mess. Let me see where it is. North of the Huangting country, I haven't reached the Great Sui Kingdom yet. It's very close to the river. Very good, very good. I happened to go to the Thunder Cliff before, it can save me a lot of time. It's not good to have too many abilities. It's troublesome to make a choice. Let me think, let's use the Taoist's ground shrinking technique." The old scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. He stretched out the tip of his foot and rubbed a pile of sand in front of him. After muttering some words, he flattened the small pile of sand with his foot. At the same time, the old man's figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, on the cliff of the ancient Shu country ruins, where the words "Heavenly Emperor admonishes the Flood Dragon" were written, an old scholar appeared. He stepped lightly on the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance. His expression was full of self-satisfaction as he sighed, "Without this body of flesh as a burden, I am indeed more powerful." Since young, he liked to wander around the world. Now, there was no news of him. It was hard to say whether he was still in the Aquarius continent. The poor old scholar with a bag on his back had just arrived at the peak of the mountain from the seaside using the Taoist shrinking earth technique. He never thought that he would be stopped by someone. The key point was that the trouble was not small. This made the old scholar frown even more. Because of the soaring sword chi wall that blocked the chi of heaven and earth, even the old man was temporarily unable to sense the outside world. The old scholar rubbed his chin. "Oh my God, the antis outside are all so powerful now." The old man sighed. He raised his arm and knocked on the void with his finger. He said softly, "Stop." The heaven and earth instantly became silent. There was no longer the sound of the surging river or the slight shattering sound of the mountain wind hitting the sword wall. Within this 10 miles of mountains and rivers, time no longer flowed. The Confucian saint's aura was vast and mighty. Chui Minghuang's fear turned into ecstasy. He began to recite the teachings of the saint loudly in his heart to increase his noble spirit. For a Confucian gentleman who aspired to become a saint, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, even the experienced and knowledgeable old flood dragon was shocked. He subconsciously took a few steps back and distanced himself from the unprepossessing old scholar. Even if this distance was of no use, old flood dragon still did it to show a humble attitude. In the ancient times, before the dragon slaying, when the old flood dragon was still young, he heard from his elders that there was a Confucian saint who was only second to the great sage in the Confucian temple. He had once set an unwritten rule with the dragon kings of the four directions. The flood dragons on the land had to avoid the sages and hide when they met the saints. Once, there was a huge flood dragon that was only second to the dragon kings of the four directions. He used the fact that he was in a huge lake and deliberately raised the waves to the sky in front of the saints who were traveling on the shore. He deliberately raised the waves to the sky higher than the cities and farmlands on the shore to intimidate the people on the shore. He used this to provoke the saints. This action meant that he didn't go ashore and didn't break the rule. What could the Confucian saint do to him? At that time, the young flood dragon was just feeling satisfied with this action. However, he heard from his elders what happened next. The Confucian saint stretched out a finger and said something similar to what the old scholar said tonight. He used his great power to stop the storm and fixed the true dragon in the air, causing the lake water to flow backward for dozens of miles. Therefore, the true dragon went ashore without permission and didn't hide when it met the saints. It was said that there were many sword immortals in the ancient times. They dared not lower their heads to the ancestors of the three sections. They wantonly roamed the world with their sword techniques and end-realm sword Tao. They were invincible sword spirits. The woman's lips twitched. Sage of literature, please break the formation. Isn't that a little too courteous? 148. The old scholar stomped his feet and said angrily, "Only villains and women are difficult to deal with. The ancients didn't lie to me." The tall woman twisted the snow-white lotus leaf that she had picked from somewhere. She was full of killing intent. Although she was still smiling, she looked cold. "You can't beat me, so you scold me. Are you looking for a beating?" The circular sword formation that was originally spread out over a radius of 10 miles was instantly retracted, only surrounding the riverside and the cliff. At the same time, the sword chi became even sharper and more astonishing. The sword chi condensed into a sword formation wall, as well as the invisible great Tao of nothingness that flowed between heaven and earth. The old scholar shrank his neck and suddenly had an idea. He immediately became confident and asked loudly, "We can fight, but can we change the way we fight?" "Don't worry. My request can also bring Chin Pingon along. I guarantee that it's reasonable and it's what you want." The tall woman was silent. Suddenly, she saw that the old man was trying to signal her with his eyes. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay." On the mouth of the well in the inn, the young man put 2 fingers together like a sword and pointed to the bottom of the well. The rainbow light created by the first wisp of sword chi gradually faded away in the old well. It was no longer so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. With the help of the light, Chen Pingon could vaguely see that the wisp of sword chi, which was said to be extremely small, had condensed into substance after leaving the Chi Fu acupoint. Like a rainstorm, it crazily smashed onto a piece of ground. And this piece of ground that was hit by the rainstorm was like the surface of a mirror. Of course, Chen Pingon didn't know that it was called the Thunder Department's seal mirror. It had an extraordinary origin and a deep history. After the death of a celestial emperor in ancient times, the gods of the Thunder Department took advantage of the situation and divided the thunder power of the ancestor of all laws. They each controlled a part of the thunder power. After that, they were in an even worse situation. Except for the god of the Thunder Department who was in charge of praying for spring, the other gods had long been reduced to the existence of mountains, rivers, and rivers. They were either bound by the edict of the saints of the 3 religions and were not allowed to step out of the thunder pool. They were often called by military forces like Wind Snow Temple and Jinwu Mountain, or some Taoist sects with the thunder talisman and the art of inviting gods. The owner of this Thunder Department seal mirror used to be one of the gods of the Thunder Department. Although it had suffered many disasters, from the surface of the mirror to the inside, it had long been broken and the brilliance of thunder and lightning inside was almost exhausted. It was definitely not something that a cultivator of the middle 5 states could break. The body of the young man in white in the ancient well had been suppressed for more than 10 feet, but he still used his hands and shoulders to resist the bottom of the mirror. The surface of the mirror was constantly shaking and breaking under the impact of the sword chi. However, it was quickly repaired by the remaining thunder and lightning in the mirror to its original appearance. The attack of the sword chi was like the attack of an iron horse, while the defense of the mirror was like the defense of an infantryman. The two sides wore each other down, and it depended on whose momentum was exhausted first. The young man Cui Dong clenched his teeth. His handsome face was covered with blood, blurring his handsome face. At this time, he didn't have any extra strength to speak harshly. He could only say in his heart, after I get through this storm of sword chi, I will return it 100 times more. I can definitely do it. The momentum of the sword rain is declining. I just need to hold on for a little longer. Chen Pin gone, just you wait. Although the spirit of the young man in the well didn't diminish, his appearance of being bathed in blood was really a little desolate. Even in the bleak years when he betrayed his master and traveled all the way, leaving the central divine continent and going to the big continent in the south, he finally chose to settle down in the eastern treasured bottle continent, which had the smallest territory. The head disciple of the sage of literature in the past, Cui Dong, had traveled tens of millions of miles. Along the way, he was free and unfettered. Demons, ghosts, and monsters, who could make him so miserable? One had to know that before becoming the imperial tutor of Dali, Cui Dong, the wandering scholar, had a catchphrase that was difficult to describe. Just because he liked to kill demons, he would say, turned into ashes in the snap of a finger, you are really worse than an ant. The young man carrying the mirror, Cui Dong's body continued to fall, but the extent of his fall gradually became smaller. The mirror could still hold on, but outside the mirror, there was sword chi constantly flowing down. Being continuously soaked by the sword chi, the young man's body was already on the verge of collapse. He could only think of something and slide out a life-saving talisman from his sleeve. He had kept it for many years, and now that he had to use it, his heart ached so much that his face was somewhat sinister. The golden talisman first stuck to the white sleeve, and then instantly melted. Soon, the surface of Cui Dong's white robe was covered with golden talisman characters. If one listened carefully, there was actually the sound of Buddhist Sanskrit rising in spirals. The white robe flowed like water ripples, setting off the young man Cui Dong's solemn appearance. This talisman was extremely special. If gold powder and cinnabar were the main materials for drawing talismans, then there were other materials that could only be encountered but not sought. Once made into a talisman, the various effects of the talisman would be indescribably wonderful. For example, Cui Dong's talisman was made from the golden blood of a Western Buddhist kingdom golden arhat as the main material for drawing talismans. Moreover, this senior monk who had attained the Tao had almost become a bodhisattva, so his blood appeared golden. When poured into the gold powder and written sutras on the talisman, it could turn into a Vajra amulet with boundless dharma. It could even withstand a full blow from a sword immortal of the land. How could the young man Cui Dong not feel distressed? After taking out this invaluable life-saving talisman, the young man calculated in his mind and easily calculated that the sword chi would only break the mirror at most, but the mirror itself would not be damaged. After using it once, it would be beaten back to its original state. Unless one broke through the 10 realms in one go and entered the upper 5 realms, one could turn the false into the real and the real into the false. The false and the real would be mixed up, and it would be a different world. When he arrived at the Autumn Reed Inn, the young man Cui Dong's illusion realm was actually close to the 9th realm again. This was why he had the opportunity to use the God-inviting method of the military school to invite the golden body of the scholarly sage. The realm was fake, but the method was real. That was why the Hanshi River god was so scared that his guts were about to burst. Otherwise, with the experience and shrewdness of the green-robed man who commanded the northern water transport for hundreds of years, how could he be tamed by Shui like a little catfish in a stream without suffering enough? At the bottom of the well, the rainstorm of sword energy that fell from the well was still aggressive. The sword light was splashed everywhere by the mirror. The young man in white was almost at the bottom of the well. The well water and the underground water in the city that was connected to the river had long been evaporated by the sword energy. The young man Cui Dong began to count down in his heart. He did not want to kill Chen Pingan. It was true, at least for the time being. Because Cui Dong was more like a tug-of-war, hoping to pull the young man onto his own great Tao. At least in the short term, not only would Cui Dong not harm Chen Pingan, but he would also do his best to help Chen Pingan increase his cultivation. At most, he would quietly change Chen Pingan's temperament and influence him imperceptibly. In the end, he would become a comrade of Cui Dong. If Chen Pingan was lucky and had the hope of inheriting Cui Dong's mantle in the future, Cui Dong would not refuse. But Cui Dong really wanted to kill Li Baoping. Because once this little girl grew up, and Cui Dong was still involved with Chen Pingan, the more Li Baoping was cursed and ostracized, Cui Dong's great Tao cultivation would more or less be affected. For Cui Dong, who pursued perfection, this was absolutely unacceptable. The young man Cui Dong felt that this was an undeserved disaster. Even if I was a bad guy with evil intentions, if I wanted to kill you, Chen Pingan, why would I pretend to be a coward all the way? I was clearly harmless to you. Why would you, Chen Pingan, kill me just because of a little guess? What right do you have to kill them without hesitation just because you think that I'm harboring evil intentions towards the 3 children? Then what kind of gentleman are you? Qi Jingchen had always admired gentlemen. Why would you, who was valued by Qi Jingchen, be so unreasonable? Why would the old man want me to learn how to be a gentleman from you? I, Cui Dong, was once the first disciple of the sage of literature, and I once imparted knowledge to Qi Jingchen. After saying this, the white-haired scholar was not as old-fashioned and serious as when he taught in the school. He blinked and looked at the youth with a warm smile. When the youth left the town with the little girl, the last bit of the soul of a certain green-robed Confucian returned to the human world after going to a big cave in the sky beyond heaven. After walking side by side with the straw sandals youth and the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket for a distance, he stopped and looked at the back of his junior brother and his disciple, no longer seeing them off. When the scholar finally waved his hand silently to say goodbye, with this gentle wave of his sleeve, there was a spring breeze lingering around the youth. It was silent and did not dissipate for a long time. In the well, together with the Thunder Department's seal mirror, the youth Cui Dong was smashed back to the bottom of the well. He curled up and lay on the extremely dry bluestone floor, trying to hide under the mirror. Although he tried his best to make a final struggle, in fact, Cui Dong's heart was completely disheartened. The mirror shook violently, bringing a huge impact to the white-clothed young man below. The sword energy's water flow, after flowing through the mirror, brought a huge burning sensation to the young man's body, causing his consciousness to blur. The moment he closed his eyes, the old scholar's seal on the youth Cui Dong's divine soul disappeared. The youth in white was refreshed, like a person who had just received rain after a long drought. He was especially energetic. Cui Dong did not dare to hold back. If he did not fight now, when would he? Haha, the heavens are helping me. Old man, I can't believe you would make such a mistake. Old man, there will be a day when you try to be clever and make a fool of yourself. The heavens are really helping me, Chui Dong. There is always a way out. One by one, the golden characters full of righteousness were peeled off from the divine soul of Chui Dong, whose face was twisted in pain. This kind of pain that made one's divine sense have nowhere to hide was more terrifying than being cut into pieces. But Chui Dong's mind was clearer and clearer. The teachings of the saint, using literature to carry the Tao. The youth in white controlled the temporarily ownerless golden characters to hit the waterfall of sword chi. The golden characters and the sword chi collided. There was not the least bit of momentum to speak of. But the more silent it was, the more shocking and suffocating it was. It was no longer a battle of strength or power, but a battle of the Tao in another form. This waterfall. After all, it was just an extremely small sword chi. And those golden characters were just temporarily borrowed by someone else. The two were in a deadlock, and in the end, it seemed like they were going to coincidentally fight to a situation where they were evenly matched. It was like two armies facing each other, and in the end, both sides suffered, both were completely annihilated. After perceiving the opportunity, Chui Dong did not wait for death. He began to sit up carefully, and then squatted little by little. Finally, he bent over and stood up. He moved to one side, and the mirror was instantly tilted, and the last of the sword chi fell to the other side of the inner wall of the well. The youth in white simply threw away the ancient mirror, and his feet touched the ground. His whole body soared into the sky, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. Only an extremely resentful and gloomy voice echoed in the ancient well, "Even if you have the third sword chi now, you are too late." Chen Pingon stood at the mouth of the well, with the sword furnace in his hands. After the last sword chi left, he was ready to fight the enemy with his fists. In the preface of the Book of Shaking the Mountain, there was a clear opening: those who practice my mountain-quaking fist in the future, even if they face the ancestors of the three sects, remember that our fist technique can be weak, and we can lose the momentum to win, but our fist intent is the only thing that matters. Never retreat. At the same time. In the quiet courtyard, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket woke up again, not because of a nightmare, but because she was slapped awake by a locust tree sword. Li Baoping, who was in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes wide. The wooden sword that broke in the window quickly drew a word "Qi" in the air, and then flew to the door with a whoosh. Li Baoping jumped out of bed at lightning speed, and ran barefoot without wearing boots. After opening the door, she followed the wooden sword to the room where the youngest uncle lived. Because Chen Pingon had not come back, he did not lock the door, and it was knocked open by the flying sword. Li Baoping rushed in with the flying sword, and saw it pointing at the basket. In the end, Li Baoping took out a seal hidden by the youngest uncle under the guidance of the flying sword. After opening it, she found that it was the seal of tranquility and complacency that the youngest uncle secretly showed her once. Only then did the flying sword nod vigorously, and quickly flew out of the room. The little girl held the seal of tranquility that Mr. Fong gave to her youngest uncle, and followed the locust tree sword that inexplicably appeared in the basket, all the way to the pavilion. She jumped out of the pavilion with familiarity, and ran to the mouth of the well where the youngest uncle stood. In an instant, the seal in Li Baoping's hand broke free from her palm, and quickly flew to the mouth of the well, above her youngest uncle's head, and then with a dull thud. Above the mouth of the well, someone screamed, again. Qi Jingchen F*CKU. Are you F*King done yet? A young man in white who inexplicably appeared above the mouth of the well was heavily hit on the forehead by a seal, and his whole body flew out and fell to the ground. The young man in white, who had no cultivation left, murmured before he fainted, "Qi Jingchen, you win. I admit defeat." 149. Chen Pingon widened his eyes. He saw that after the calm and proud seal hit the forehead of the white-clothed youth, it first bounced back and then froze in the air. In the end, it seemed to be pulled back by a string. However, the strength of the person pulling the string was a little weak. The calm seal swayed in the air, high and low, and its speed was not fast. Chen Pingan followed its trajectory and saw that between him and Li Baoping, there was a locust wood sword hovering. There was a golden-clothed girl about the same height as his little finger. She was lying on all fours, hiding under the flying sword. Her hands and feet were tightly gripping the wooden sword. At this moment, she finally got up. After standing up, the adorable golden-clothed girl stood on the sword. She was dizzy and her footsteps were swaying like a drunkard. It seemed that this flying sword experience was not that good. The calm seal fell on the wooden sword. The seal was a little heavy, and the sword's tail was lifted up. The golden-clothed girl's whole body slid towards the seal in a fluster. Li Baoping also did not notice the golden-clothed girl's existence before. Now that she saw it, she only felt that it was interesting. She ran over happily, squatted slightly, and held the two ends of the locust wood sword with both hands. She stared at the little fellow who was trying to dodge at a close distance. The golden-clothed girl was stunned. She seemed to be very shy. After reaching out to cover her face, she put her feet together and jumped straight up. After landing, she actually disappeared into the locust wood sword. Chen Pingan did not know the reason and did not want to be entangled in this matter. He reminded in a hoarse voice, "Baoping, throw the wooden sword to me. You keep the seal first." Li Baoping immediately put away her curiosity. She knew that the most important thing now was to deal with the guy surnamed Shui. After grabbing the seal, she shouted and threw the locust wood sword at youngest martial uncle. However, the girl's strength was not controlled properly, and the locust wood sword was a little off from where Chen Pingan was standing. "Turn around," Chen Pingan instructed Li Baoping. Then, with a tap of his foot, he stepped towards the left side of the old well. Stepping on the edge of the well, he accurately grasped the wooden sword and continued to take a big step forward. After landing on the ground, he stabbed the sword towards the white-clothed youth's chest. At this moment, the upper half of the golden-clothed girl's body was revealed from Chen Pingan's wooden sword. She was on the verge of tears, full of regret and guilt. She shook her head and waved her hands vigorously, as if she wanted to stop Chen Pingan from killing. However, Chen Pingan was extremely decisive from the moment he caught the sword to the moment he attacked. By the time the golden-clothed girl appeared, the tip of the wooden sword was already pressed against the white-clothed youth's chest. Due to Chen Pingan's years of practice, his control over his strength could be said to be very precise. Even if he wanted to withdraw his hand, the flow of qi in his body, the expansion and contraction of his arm muscles, and the inertia of the wooden sword could not allow Chen Pingan to change the outcome. An old scholar with a cotton bag on his back suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Thank goodness, thank goodness. I almost got tricked." With the appearance of the old scholar, the youth Chui Dong seemed to be grabbed by the neck and pulled back. Although he was still unconscious, his back was straight and he stood like a pine tree. Taking advantage of the situation, he avoided the fate of being pierced through the heart by Chen Pingan. The old man looked at the rapidly retreating youth. With one hand holding the sword in front of him, he used the other hand to protect Li Baoping behind him. The way the youth held the sword was strange and awkward. It was probably like a woodcutter holding a brush. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. The old man sighed. "It's you." Chen Pingan was facing a formidable enemy and did not dare to let his guard down. He said softly, "Baoping, when you have the chance, run away. Don't worry about me." Chen Pingan noticed that Li Baoping was tugging at his sleeves a few times. He was a little surprised and looked down. "What's wrong?" The little girl's face was stiff. She raised her arm and pointed behind Chen Pingan. She opened her mouth and seemed to be mouthing two words. Ghost. Attacked from the front and the back. Chen Pingan's heartstrings tightened. When he looked over, his face was dull. The youth blinked his eyes and blinked again. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he turned his back to the old scholar and the youth in white. He did not dare to say anything in case someone eavesdropped and harmed this fairy sister. However, he was really anxious. The youth wanted to say something but stopped. He was like an ant on a hot pan. Li Baoping secretly held the sleeve of her youngest uncle. She looked at the kind old man and then turned to look at the elusive female ghost. Compared to the female ghost in the wedding dress last time, the one tonight was wearing white clothes and white shoes. In her hand was a snow-white, big lotus leaf. Li Baoping was a little hesitant. Were all the female ghosts in the outside world so fresh and refined? She remembered that her elder brother had been coerced by her and had to tell her many bloody ghost stories. In the stories, there were pink skeletons, water ghosts, river spirits, and other spirits. They often cut open people's hearts and livers and ate human flesh. Their appearance and behavior were extremely terrifying. How could they be like the one in front of her? She was even more beautiful than the female ghost in the wedding dress. She was tall but still had a natural beauty hidden in her slim figure. Her black hair was like a waterfall. It wound from her back to her chest and was tied into a knot with a golden silk scarf. She looked very demure and dignified. Li Baoping only felt that the tall woman in front of her was really tall and beautiful. She was very envious. The little girl stood on tiptoe but soon stepped back on the ground, discouraged. The tall woman seemed to only have Chen Pingan in her eyes. She smiled and said, "We are going to fight later. Don't be afraid of that old man. He only knows how to take a beating. Don't worry. This sister is not a bad person. She is one of us." Chen Pingan comforted Li Baoping first. When he looked up again, he finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Didn't you say that we can't leave the town? What if the sages find out? What will you do?" The tall woman shook her wrist and the lotus leaf in her hand swayed gently. Her tone was gentle and slow. She had a temperament that made people feel at ease. "Do you know a place called the Lotus Cave?" Chen Pingan suddenly remembered Ning Yao. He nodded and said, "Someone told me before that it was a place where the ancestors of Taoism went to relax. Although it is only one of the 36 small caves, the lotus leaf there, even the smallest one, is bigger than the capital of Dali." The woman smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated. Take the lotus leaf in my hand for example. If it were to reveal its true form, it would have an area of about 5 kilometers. Of course, the largest lotus leaf there would definitely be much larger than the capital of Great Li. These lotus leaves can hide the secrets of heaven. In short, it can prevent the sages of the 3 sects and the masters of hundreds of schools from finding out my whereabouts." She saw Chen Pingan's puzzled face and explained with a smile, "When we met, I didn't have this good thing in my hand. Before Qi Jingchen left the human world, he went to the sky beyond heaven and found the Taoist ancestor. He bargained with that old man and helped me get this lotus leaf umbrella. As for what Qi Jingchen paid, I don't know. After all, the word quiet is a taboo. Within the orthodoxy of Taoism, many people are dissatisfied with it. So I can be sure that Qi Jingchen left the vast world and went to the Lotus Cave to pay a great price." Speaking of this, even the tall woman's eyes showed a hint of trance. She sincerely admired the Confucian disciple. After Qi Jingchen returned to the human world from the sky beyond heaven, they had a last chat. "This lotus leaf. I went to the sky beyond heaven and picked it from the lotus cave. It can help you leave this place without disturbing the great Tao of heaven and earth. You don't have to worry about the sage's inquiry. It is a good thing. But aren't you afraid that Chen Pingan will become unscrupulous with me around and become the kind of person that you, Qi Jingchen, don't like? I, Qi Jingchen, know Chen Pingan's temperament very well. So I am never worried that Chen Pingan will bully others. Even if you protect him from the beginning to the end, I, Qi Jingchen, am not worried. You think so highly of Chen Pingan. What do you think? He is my little junior brother. You and Chen Pingan are peers, and I recognize him as my master. So, Qi Jingchen, what do you mean? I wouldn't dare. Thinking of this, the tall woman sighed slightly in her heart. It was a pity that there was no Qi Jingchen in the world. Li Baoping, who was not afraid of anything, said timidly for the first time, "Sister, you are so beautiful." The tall woman nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, much more beautiful than you." Not only was she rude, but her words were also hurtful. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was a little stunned and speechless. Chen Pingan was covered in cold sweat. On the other side behind Chen Pingan, there was also a reunion. The old man stared at the white-clothed youth who had woken up. The youth stared back, thinking, "I am not afraid of you. Why should I be afraid of you?" The old man looked at the tall woman first, and the latter nodded to indicate that it was okay. The old man then looked at the youth and said angrily, "Aren't you Cui Dong very smart? Then let's review the situation now. Have you thought about why I would suddenly lose control of those characters and allow you to separate them from your soul? Moreover, they just happen to be on par with the Tao insight contained within that strand of sword qi, causing both of them to wear each other down, allowing you to charge out of the well at that time and have the opportunity to execute a killing move against Chen Pingan. Have you ever thought that in the end, you might be killed by Chen Pingan with one punch, and Chen Pingan would be seriously injured by you at the same time?" The youth Cui Dong's expression was uncertain. "150. Although the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was briefly discouraged, she was Li Baoping. Alas, she was soon in high spirits. She quietly moved away and sneaked behind the tall woman from the left side. Then, she walked to the right side of the tall woman. Looking at her clothes and her big lotus leaf, Li Baoping felt that she was really beautiful. After hearing Cui Dong's cursing and the old man's scolding, Chen Pingan figured out something, but he still couldn't believe it. He swallowed and whispered to the tall woman, "This old man, are you Mr. Qi's teacher? Is he the sage of literature? The sage of Confucianism?" No wonder the journey was so full of ups and downs. He would meet Alliance in a bamboo hat, the land sword was in the wind snow temple, and of course, this man's surname Cui. The tall woman nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." The woman's real body was the sword spirit bred by the old sword hanging under the stone arch bridge. During the long wait of nearly 10,000 years, she once witnessed the fall of the last real dragon. In that epic battle, the great Qi trainers of the 3 religions and the 100 schools of philosophers worked together, but there were still countless casualties. The corpses of those who died in the battle fell to the ground like rain, and their souls were condensed and did not disperse. Together with the fate of the real dragon after its death, they finally created the Dragon Pearl Cave. However, she regarded it as a child's play. This sword spirit watched coldly from the beginning to the end. Occasionally, her eyes lit up, and she secretly picked up a few beautiful objects without anyone noticing. She originally thought that she would spend the rest of her life either sleeping or yawning, visualizing those magnificent ancient ruins and drifting around them. She was even worse than a wandering ghost, drifting with the waves in the river of time bit by bit, waiting for the day when the spiritual energy would disperse completely. However, when the Dragon Pearl Cave was broken, she chose Chen Pingan as her second master, not Ning Yao, who was born to be a great sword whiz, not Ma Kuxuan, who had a good background, not Xie Shi or Chao Shi, who were born and raised in a small town. Qi Jingchen had contributed greatly to all of this. First, it was that night when Qi Jingchen sat alone on the covered bridge until dawn, right under the inscribed board. His purpose was to persuade her to open her eyes and take a look at the boy from Mud Bottle Alley, even if it was just a glance. Actually, the sword spirit did not feel anything at first glance. She had seen too many surprises in her life. Therefore, she was indifferent. To her, whether the Black Pearl Grotto heaven collapsed or the heavenly Tao retaliated and the people suffered, it did not affect her at all. However, she was indeed a little curious. Why did Qi Jingchen, a scholar who was said to have the potential to establish a sect, choose a child who had not even studied before? So after that day, she looked at the young man a few more times, but she still didn't feel anything. Later, when she was really bored, she finally remembered that before Qi Jingchen left, he used his identity as the sage of the small town to intercept the Yi Shupai in the river of time for the last 10 years in the Black Pearl Grotto heaven. It was fished up by Qi Jingchen with great magic and placed under the covered bridge. Therefore, one day, when she had nothing to do, she had to find something to do, right? She began to show her real body, hovering above the water under the covered bridge. She combed her hair while watching the water. It was all bits and pieces of the boy from Mud Bottle Alley. There were hidden plots behind the scenes, trivial matters in the streets, good deeds with hidden evil intentions, and disasters caused by unintentional actions. There were family affairs, joys and sorrows, sadness and sincerity, life and death. There was nothing around, so some of the objects seemed particularly real. For example, there was a high wall in the distance. No matter how Chen Pingan stretched his neck, he couldn't see the end of the wall. The woman in white standing beside him reached out and held the black hair tied together by a golden knot. She smiled and said, "This is in the Book of Mountains and Rivers, and also in the consciousness of the sage of literature. It's complicated and troublesome to talk about it. You only need to know that you can use your sword here. This is also one of the reasons why I agreed to the old man's request. Otherwise, we would have fought on the cliff by the river." Her other hand suddenly pressed on Chen Pingan's shoulder. "It's too close now, so you can't see the real appearance. I'll take you back a little. Let's go back 800 miles first." Chen Pingan felt that his whole body was moving as fast as lightning. He didn't know how far they had retreated. When he finally stood still, the teenager couldn't care less about the discomfort in his body and the boiling in his mansion of qi. He opened his mouth and looked at that mountain. How could a mountain that was 800 miles away be so huge? Compared to it, his hometown, Mount Biyun, should be like a small mound. The tall woman's face was solemn. "There's another more important reason. If the sage of literature agreed to fight here, he can give you some extra treatment." Chen Pingan was so shocked that he couldn't be any more shocked. His mouth was a little dry. She stared at the teenager's eyes. "Here, when you use your sword, you will have the cultivation of a 10th realm qi cultivator. Of course, this is an illusion, but it's a very real illusion. I hope that when you're here, you can carefully experience it. It's not very useful for your future cultivation." She was amused by herself. She couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I just want you to know one thing. Don't just focus on practicing martial arts. Especially if you always think that practicing martial arts is for survival. That's too useless. How can your ambition be so small? Think about it. Who are you?" Chen Pingan replied in a daze, "Chen Pingan." It was fine if he didn't answer the question. The key was that if he wasn't Chin Pingon, who else could he be? She bent down and rubbed the teenager's head. Other than being Chin Pingon, you're also my master. The teenager was a little embarrassed. At the peak of the mountain, an old man said angrily, "All right, you were so anxious before. Now you're not." The sword spirit took a deep breath and pointed at the mountain. "That's the largest of the 5 peaks in the central divine continent." Chen Pingon nodded. She looked at the mountain in the distance, her eyes burning. "Then if the mountain blocks your path, what will you do?" Chen Pingon said softly, "Crawl over." The corner of her mouth curled up. She wasn't angry. She asked again, "But what if you have a sword in your hand?" Chen Pingon recalled the scene of himself opening a path with a hatchet in his hand. He asked, "Cutting through the mountain?" She laughed loudly. "Yes." The tall woman strode forward and stood in front of Chen Pingon. She stretched out her fingers and slowly swiped them from left to right. A tiny dot of light suddenly exploded at the leftmost position. It was like the sun in the sky. Then it spread all the way to the right. With every inch of the blinding light, the tall woman's figure dimmed a little. Finally, Chen Pingon saw a sheathless sword hovering in front of him. It seemed like it had been waiting for someone to hold it for thousands of years. The light had already dissipated. The teenager slowly walked forward and grasped the hilt of the sword. In an instant, the teenager holding the sword felt like the world was turning upside down. All of his chi abodes and acupoints were shaking. The air around him was chaotic, blowing so hard that the teenager could barely open his eyes. Chen Pingon closed his eyes and said telepathically, "Let's go." The sword trembled madly. It was like an autumn cicada on the highest branch, crying out to the world. "151. The old scholar stood on a huge rock at the top of the mountain, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the white-haired old man standing tall against the wind did not look shabby at all. The old scholar looked 800 miles away at the light that suddenly lit up. Even at such a distance, the old man still felt that it was somewhat dazzling. The old man nodded slightly and said, "After so many years, although the edge of the sword is much blunter than in the legends, the sharpness within has not decreased by much. Powerful, truly powerful. After 10,000 years, the sea has changed into mulberry fields, but it still has such essence." "But..." The old scholar quickly smiled and said, "I will use this mountain to make you retreat. When it comes to fighting, it is best to avoid fighting as much as possible. It will hurt the harmony." The mountain under the old man's feet that he had visualized into a painting was so famous that it couldn't be any more famous. In the central divine continent, which had the largest territory of the 9 great continents, there was a mountain named Sui Mountain. The mountain was majestic and could be said to be connected to the heavens. At the top of the mountain was a stele inscribed with the words, "Only one in the world, ancestor of the 5 mountains, astral winds come," left behind by the first disciple of the Tao ancestor, and "My Wudong," inscribed with the fingers of the military saint. There were more than 180 stone inscriptions of the past emperors of different continents who came here to pray and announce to the heavens. These inscriptions, which were full of mystery, extended all the way from the heavenly platform at the peak of Sui Mountain down to the mountainside. Scenic spots and historical sites could be seen almost everywhere. The old scholar looked at the bright light of the sword and was somewhat surprised. When he first appeared at the old well, he saw Chen Pingon holding the sword. It was really unbearable to look at. Even the old scholar, who was not particular about martial arts, could not bear to see it. But at this moment, seeing the way the young man held the sword in front of him, the old man only had one thought. Steady. The young man's hand holding the sword was very steady. His heart was very calm and very steady, so his spirit and will were even more steady. After the tall woman poured all of her sword will into the old sword bar, in the next moment, she appeared on the lake in the heart of the young man, Chen Pingan, with an even more illusory figure and a mysterious aura. She had golden eyes and bare feet. When her toes gently touched the surface of the lake, ripples appeared. Then, the young man's voice sounded. Her warm voice resonated in the young man's heart. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Get used to the feeling of being a Realm 10 Chi refinement warrior first. There are only a few types of sword moves, and there aren't many variations. This was the difference between the Jianghu of the later generations and the immortals on the mountain. Chi refinement warriors practiced Chi, combining nurturing and refining into one. There were thousands of sword intents that could be nurtured. Some were deep, some were shallow, some were high, and some were low. If others are wells and streams, you are lakes and rivers. Naturally, you are thousands of times better than others. The length of the sword Qi depends on the state of the body's Qi dwelling. The more openings there are in the Qi dwelling, the deeper the potential. Others only have an inferior grade blessed land, but you have all of them. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. The meridians are like roads, the tougher and wider they are. Others have a single plank bridge and a winding path, but you have a great path to heaven. How can they compete with you? She looked around. The treasure was one's home, but the door was locked. The fifth level of cultivation was the key in the owner's hand, and the owner had to open the door to enter. If a bandit wanted to break in, it was not impossible, but it was very difficult. At the moment, Cui Dong's physique was extremely weak, including his soul and body. He was even weaker than an ordinary weak teenager. If he was properly nourished in the future, it was possible for him to recover the strength of a normal person. As for cultivation, it was really up to the heavens. It depended on great opportunities and great luck. However, Cui Dong felt that with what he had encountered along the way, he was already very satisfied to be able to live and be Chen Pingan's disciple. The 12th level of the scholarly sage fell to the 10th level of cultivation, then to the 5th level, and finally to a mortal who could not fall any further. Cui Dong felt that his life was really full of ups and downs. How dare you threaten me? This guy doesn't learn from his beatings. He's even worse than Li Huai. Li Baoping was so angry that she rushed over, squatted behind him, and quickly stamped the young Cui Dong's head. She was swift and fierce, like a storm. It caught him off guard. Even a person with a strong heart like Cui Dong felt that there was nothing left to live for at this moment. After all, his opponent was just a little girl, not the old scholar or Qi Jingchen. In the mountain river painting, the young man who swung his arm and slashed down lost consciousness when he fell to the ground. He was held in the arms of the tall woman who had recovered her true body. She carefully supported Chen Pingan to sit on the ground with her hands gently hugging the thin young man. Because the golden knot of hair hung in front of her chest, covering the young man's face, she reached out and threw it behind her back. She lowered her head and stared at the dark face of Chen Pingan. She suddenly raised her head, looking a little surprised. In the painting that belonged to the sage's forbidden area, an extremely tall golden figure appeared. It stood on the peak of Sui Mountain, as if it was talking to the old scholar. Even the woman who was used to seeing the big world felt that this uninvited guest was not to be underestimated. The old scholar probably did not want their conversation to be leaked, so he cut off the connection. She did not care about it and lowered her head again to look at the sleeping young man. She smiled and said, "If you become a Qi cultivator in the future, your skin will turn white. In fact, you will be a handsome young man. You can't be considered handsome, but you can't run away from being upright and smart." On the peak of Sui Mountain. The golden figure that was originally thousands of feet tall shrank to a burly man 10 feet tall after landing on the peak. He was wearing a dignified golden armor. On the surface of the armor were innumerable talisman engravings. Some were ancient talismans that had long been lost, exuding a simple and desolate aura. It was unknown whether they had been passed down for thousands of years, but some were still as new as yesterday, exuding a sacred light. Each talisman was inlaid on the armor. Between the lines, the words were like golden rivers, and the words were like golden mountains. The old scholar felt a little guilty. He shrunk his neck and deliberately looked around. The man's face was covered with armor. He said in a deep voice, "It has been 6,000 years since I became the god of Sway Mountain. This is the first time someone dared to challenge me with a sword. Scholar, don't you have anything to say?" The old scholar was confused. "What are you talking about?" The golden-armored man was well aware of the old elementary scholar's temperament, so he didn't bother to say anything more. He turned to look at Chin Pingon and frowned. "The aura on her body is very mysterious." He looked at the old scholar who was laughing and clapping his hands and said angrily, "How humiliating. If you have something to say, say it." The old scholar rubbed his hands. "Didn't I just take in a closed-door disciple? The first impression I gave him was probably not too good. I wanted to make up for it, so I gave him a gift. After all, it's going to be goodbye soon. I really didn't have the chance to teach him. I feel guilty." The deity in golden armor sneered, "Help you prepare a gift? Sure, that's easy. I have a Jinyu sword that has lost its sword spirit. Do you want to give it to your disciple? Is it enough?" The old scholar blushed with an insincere look. "How can I do that? The gift is too expensive, how can I accept it? Of course, it's still a token of appreciation from you as an elder. If you insist on forcing it on me, I can ask Chin Pingon to wait 100 years before taking it back. Who knows, maybe he'll be able to raise it by then." The deity in golden armor took a deep breath. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign that he was about to make a move. The old scholar immediately said in a serious tone, "How can you spoil it through excessive enthusiasm? You really have the heart. Don't you know that more haste makes less speed? This little disciple of mine is going to travel and study with a sword. You can just give him an ownerless sword embryo. But I want something that can be used. It can't be something that only cultivators of the 10th realm have the right to touch. How about it? As an elder, what do you think?" The deity in golden armor sneered, "If I don't give it to you, are you not going to let me go?" The old scholar silently moved closer to the deity in golden armor. He grabbed his arm and said righteously, "How can that be? Am I that kind of person?" Suishan Guru shook his head helplessly. "For these disciples, you really don't care about your life or your face." "Fine, fine, fine. I'll take it." With a flick of his wrist, a fist-sized silver object floated in front of the two of them. The old scholar's face turned serious. He didn't rush to take it and asked, "Do you have a motive for coming here? Otherwise, why would you casually bring this thing with you? Although it's not an exaggerated treasure, it means a lot to you. If you don't tell me clearly, I won't accept it." The deity in golden armor crossed his arms and looked to the south. "How do you think I followed the clues here?" The old scholar frowned. "Wasn't it because your cultivation is high and you're connected to Suishan's fate? That's why I made a big commotion here and revealed a flaw that you could take advantage of." The deity in golden armor turned his head and asked, "Do you really not know, or are you playing dumb?" The old scholar was puzzled. "Since when did you learn to keep people in suspense? Although my fake Suishan was split open by a sword, it won't have any substantial effect on your side." The ferocious deity in golden armor finally couldn't help but curse, Motherf***. That sword directly chopped down on my Sui Shan. Now you're pretending that nothing happened? The old scholar's eyes suddenly widened. Where is he? The old scholar was so anxious that he stamped his feet. Suddenly, he calmed down and said with a smirk, "Oh really, this disciple of mine is still young. Oh, he seems to be 14 or 15 years old. He is not young anymore. In many places outside, he is already married and has children." Somewhere in the sky, a woman smiled and said, "Twice." The old scholar pretended to tilt his head and pricked up his ears. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Not only am I hard of hearing, but I also can't speak clearly. My words are always misunderstood. No wonder he was able to teach such a big disciple like Cui Dong. After the voice disappeared, the old man turned his head and looked at a huge rock. On top of it were the words, "Directly to the heavenly court." The old man retracted his gaze and looked down the mountain. I still want to see the great rivers and mountains. 1,000 years is too short, 10,000 years is not long. When Chen Pingan woke up, he found himself once again sitting on the railing of the Golden Arch Bridge. The bridge was still as long as before. He could not see the end and could not see the end. All around him was a sea of clouds, making him feel at a loss. He could not imagine what would happen if he slipped and fell. Would he be smashed to pieces? Would he fall all the way to the endless abyss? Would it be because the journey to the surface was too far? If he did not starve to death, would he have been 15 years old when he fell to his death? In fact, Chen Pingan had always been thinking about some strange things. It was just that he had never been to school, so he was very unsophisticated. The woman in white sat side by side with Chen Pingan and said softly, "This used to be a battlefield. When the war ended, only this arch bridge was left. Look over there, there used to be a East Heavenly Gate standing there. It was quite big. At that time, the guy in charge of guarding the gate was a perverted man. He wore a silver armor named De Shuang. He was not a bad person, but his mouth was a little cheap. My first master fought with his superior and won. At that time, the latter had a few helpers watching from afar. However, no one dared to show up to help." Chen Pingan followed the direction of her finger and saw an empty space. Occasionally, there would be a flash of colorful light. She said softly, "Now, there is nothing left." Chen Pingan was a little fascinated and said, "I see." She swayed her feet gently and put her hands on the railing. She smiled and said, "Cultivation, cultivation, and painstakingly built the longevity bridge. It is to build a bridge to stay and not become a speck of dust in the river of time. That is why everyone likes to call themselves upstream." Chen Pingan nodded. He could understand this sentence. Who would not like to live well? She turned her head and asked with a smile, "Are you tired after such a long journey?" Chen Pingan thought seriously, "I'm not tired. Compared to when I was young, it was actually easier to collect herbs and burn charcoal in the mountains. It's just that I can't sleep well when I meet too many strange people and things." Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled happily, "But I slept very well just now. Although I was poor in the small town, I could sleep every day. Now that I am traveling with Bao Ping and the rest, I dare not do so. I am afraid of accidents." She continued to ask, "No complaints?" Chen Pingan thought about it and imitated the fairy sister beside him. He held the railing with both hands and swayed his feet. He looked into the distance and said softly, "Yes. For example, how can a girl named Zhu Lu be so unkind? A female ghost in a wedding dress killed many passing scholars just because she felt that the man she loved no longer loved her. If Bao Ping and the rest were not by my side, would have used a wisp of sword aura to kill her. As for other matters, it's hard to say that I'm complaining." I can't talk about them, but I'm still a little annoyed. For example, Li Huai always doesn't study hard. No matter how I persuade him, he won't listen. I really don't know how Mr. Qi could endure not beating him back then. Also, after eating all the delicious delicacies, these guys don't like the food I cook. I am actually quite depressed. Oil and salt are very expensive. Also, when I go fishing by the river, I can't pick the right time and often can't catch many fish. Every time I go back and see their faces full of disappointment, I feel very wronged. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to delay your journey, give me a day or two to build a nest and stay up at night to catch fish. I can catch any fish no matter how big it is. The most recent one was when Lin Shui was angry. Actually, I felt very guilty. Although I mainly did it for his sake, I also had selfish motives. Because someone told me that the longevity bridge was broken, and that I might not be able to cultivate in this lifetime. But I didn't want to give up just like that. Firstly, I promised you that I would become an immortal who could fly around in the future. Secondly, I also envied Liang and the others. Just like Li Huai said, flying around on a sword, whooshing, 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 whooshing. The tall woman quietly listened to the youth's thoughts and joked, "Oh, you also know how to think for yourself." The youth squinted his eyes and tried his best to look into the distance. He smiled and said, "Of course. After my parents passed away, I have always been thinking for myself. It's difficult to think for others. Actually, after meeting you guys, I became like this. I fought with people, bought mountains and shops, learned how to read and write, made small bookcases, practiced martial arts, spent money to buy books, chose routes, sharpened knives and fed horses. I am very busy every day, but I don't regret it. I am very happy." Chen Pingan muttered, "I do miss them. I wonder if they are doing well." She also sighed with emotion at the youth's words. "I see." Chen Pingan suddenly turned his head and said in a low voice, "Fairy sister, I am rich now. Very rich." She couldn't help but laugh. But when she remembered the youth's growth, she quickly felt relieved. Just putting up the Spring Festival couplets on New Year's Eve was such a big matter. If the youth could talk about it for so many years, then having money was of course a happy thing. The youth's eyes suddenly became firm and said, "Fairy sister, don't worry. I will do my best to do what I promised you." She turned her body sideways and reached out her hand to place it on the youth's head. She said gently, "I am already very happy to be able to meet you." She seemed to feel that it was not enough. She simply bent over and pressed her forehead against the youth's forehead. The simple youth was just naturally shy. He wanted to scratch his head but didn't dare to. She smiled and stopped her posture. In the end, the sword spirit and the youth were barefooted and the other was wearing straw sandals. They looked into the distance together and shook their legs. Time passed, but they were unaware of it. If today was a crossing point in the river of time and went against the flow for 20,000 years, the sword spirit's killing power and murderous aura would be unrivaled. 153. With a tap of his toes, the old scholar traversed 800 miles of mountains and rivers in a single step and landed at the place where Chen Pingan had handed over the sword. He began to walk slowly, raising his arm and bending his fingers. He seemed to be knocking on a door, but there was no response. The old scholar retracted his hand and said helplessly, "You're not particular. This kind of behavior is no different from setting up a tent in someone's house. Forget it, I'll just wait." The old scholar began to patiently wait for the sword spirit to appear. After a long wait, the old man stood in the same place, thinking about a difficult problem. He didn't seem anxious at all. A slight ripple appeared in the air. The tall woman grabbed Chen Pingan's shoulder and stepped out of the ethereal void. The old scholar came to his senses and his first words were, "I admit defeat. I don't want to fight anymore. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether the other two swords are used or not, right?" The sword spirit smiled faintly. "Then what about your two provocations?" The old man laughed. "You can't do the same thing 3 times. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Sway Mountain. "Is it the new great god of Sway Mountain? How long has he held this position?" The old scholar replied, 6,000 years exactly. "More than 3,000 years ago, when you sang and I appeared on the scene, chaos ensued and the East Peak, Mount Sway, went through 3 masters. During the most chaotic time, what was once regarded as the orthodoxy of the devil sect was directly taken over. It was truly a chaotic situation where etiquette collapsed. The current great god of Sway Mountain was able to hold his position for 6,000 years. Although luck played a part, it was more because of his terrifying combat power. His fists were hard enough and he had nothing to lose. Who wouldn't be afraid of him?" The sword spirit sneered. Etiquette collapsed. Was it because the 3 sects didn't divide the spoils equally? Or was there a confrontation between good and evil within the great heaven? What about the Sage of Rights? Given his temper, how could he just stand by and watch? The old scholar sighed. "It's a long story. Let's not talk about it." The tall woman put her hands behind her back and looked even more disdainful. "The general situation has been decided. Naturally, there would be internal strife. Ah, what a great battle of the great Tao, 100 schools of thought contending. It was lively, but what happened in the end? Has the world really changed for the better?" The old scholar glanced at the white-robed sword spirit and said in an extremely unyielding and straightforward manner, "Of course, the Confucian orthodoxy is not completely clean. Not everyone is a benevolent gentleman. However, the sages of the Confucian school have put in a lot of effort into this. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they worked their hearts out. Therefore, it has always been pure and honest. You can't just deny it." The sword spirit playfully asked, "Does this count as the 3rd time?" The previously frivolous old elementary scholar did not back down in the slightest. He calmly said, "On this matter, if you feel that it is wrong, I can talk to you for 100 or 1,000 years. You can use your sword to talk about your reasoning." She carefully sized up the thin old man who was not very tall. "Did you really disperse all the saints' providence and leave only your soul behind to use this world as a parasite?" The old scholar was silent for a moment. "Yes." She put away the killing intent that had sprung up spontaneously, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. "After so many years, only the 2 of you have done it. But I'm very curious, do you admire that guy's choice? Or do you have no other choice? The possibility of the former is very small. It should be something really worth being happy about. For example, he quietly told the small grave. His lips moved slightly, but no voice sounded in his mind. But the sword spirit, who was connected to his heart, naturally knew the content of the soundless words. "Mother, I know a fairy sister. When she smiles, she looks like you." Other than moving the mountain to go home, the child would almost never leave the vicinity of the small grave. From time to time, he would hold hands and walk a distance to the south, as if he was holding the little hand of a little girl. However, after walking a distance, the child would still secretly look at the grave, seemingly reluctant to part with it. But there was only one situation where the child would run far away. He kept his small head high and looked at the sky attentively, as if he was chasing someone in the sky. In the landscape painting, the old scholar looked solemn. "The student surpasses the master. There may be a chance." The old man nodded and said, "Good." The old man was silent for a long time. He found that the whole world began to tremble slightly. He said helplessly, "You are so patient with that kid. Can't you be a little more patient with me?" "Oh, right. You actually know how to smile now. If the rumors passed down from ancient sword immortals are true, wouldn't the eyes of those big shots who were chopped half to death by you back then pop out if they saw you with their own eyes?" The old scholar looked at the sky of this small world, as if his line of sight had passed through the layers of the sky. He suddenly said self-deprecatingly, "Heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. What you said is so good that it won't be wrong even if thousands of years pass. No wonder our ancestor of the Confucian school wanted to ask you for advice. It seems that we scholars not only learned a little late, but also have a long way to go." Li Baoping asked in a low voice, "Young martial uncle, do you help me pad the corners of the quilt every night?" Chen Pingon smiled. "You don't have to. You sleep much better than Li Huai. You fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Once you fall asleep, you can sleep without moving until dawn." Li Baoping sighed and hit her palm with her fist. She said regretfully, "If I had known, would have had bad sleeping habits since I was young. It's all my big brother's fault. He lied to me that I would have good dreams if I slept well." Chen Pingon smiled. "When I go back to my hometown, I'll have to thank your big brother." Along the way, Li Baoping talked about her big brother the most. Therefore, Chen Pingon had a good impression of this scholar who liked to hide in the study room and read. The old scholar looked at the little girl and asked with a smile, "Is your big brother Li Shixing who lives on Fulu Street?" Li Baoping nodded and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The old scholar chuckled and said, "This name is a bit too big." When Cui Dong heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Li Baoping was a bit worried. Is it not good to have such a big name? The old scholar was even more amused. He shook his head and said, "If it's big, it's good as long as you can suppress it." Li Baoping was a little girl who liked to drill into a bull's horn. "Sir, how can it be considered as suppressing it?" Cui Dong rolled his eyes again. "It's over." This was exactly what he wanted. The old man who liked to teach others would definitely start to teach them. Sure enough, the old man looked around and didn't see any snacks that could go with the wine. He was a bit regretful and slowly said, "His nature is pure and kind, his knowledge is great, and his morals are high. Even if he travels thousands of miles, he can still suppress it." The little girl put the seal on the table. She shook her body and kicked off her straw shoes. She sat cross-legged on the chair and crossed her arms. She frowned and said, "But my big brother is not as great as you say. Why don't I send a letter home and ask him to change his name?" Cui Dong couldn't help but remind her, "Old man, can we talk about business?" "Dao, Dao." Li Baoping silently picked up the seal and blew at the 4 seal characters on the bottom of the seal. Cui Dong quickly shut his mouth. Even if the old man's cultivation was exceedingly high, he was still someone who liked to reason. Being thick-skinned and shameless would work. However, Chen Pingon and Li Baoping were the 2 people Qi Jingchen had chosen. One was a bumpkin who had never read a book, while the other was a scholar who had gone astray. Cui Dong was now like a dragon in shallow water being played by a fish. Facing these 2 people, no matter how heroic Cui Dong was, it was useless. There was no other result other than being beaten and humiliated. The more stubborn one was, the more suffering he would suffer. The old man produced a pot of wine and raised his head to take a sip. He glanced at the seal that the little girl put back on the table and felt a bit sad. Cui Dong was actually very strange tonight. Although there were times when the old man revealed his true feelings, most of the time, he was an old-fashioned and pedantic guy. No matter where he sat, he was like a golden statue sitting on the altar. Especially during the time when learning was most respected by the court and the public. Every time the old man gave a lecture on the difficult classics, there would be more than 1,000 students sitting below and listening attentively. Emperors, kings, generals, ministers, immortals on the mountain, gentlemen and sages. Even Cui Dong, who had betrayed his teacher, would not deny that the old man at that time was really dazzling. He was like the sun and the moon hanging in the sky, his brilliance not distinguishing between day and night, making the whole galaxy lose its color. But now, he even kicked him twice. When talking about Tao, he even drank wine. Cui Dong seemed to be indifferent, but in fact, his heart was heavy. After all, Cui Dong's feelings toward the old man beside him were very complicated. He admired and hated him, feared and cherished him. He, Cui Dong, was the first disciple of the sage of literature in the past. How could he not feel angry and sad about his teacher's misfortune? On the other side of the bed, Li Huai was talking in his sleep. Alliance, Alliance, I want to eat meat. Stingy Alliance, just let me have a sip of the wine in your little gourd. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. Li Huai's embarrassing incident could be the topic of conversation for several days. Cui Dong heard Alliance call him and secretly glanced at the old man. The old scholar coughed and looked at the three people sitting in the room. Okay, let's get to the point. Chen Pingan, Li Baoping, you should already know that I am Qi Jingchuan's teacher. Cui Dong was my first disciple and Qi Jingchuan's senior martial brother. At that time, I was busy with my studies, so Qi Jingchuan's reading and playing chess were indeed taught by my first disciple, Cui Dong. In the end, Cui Dong betrayed his teacher and committed all kinds of shady deeds. When Qi Jingchun died in Lizhu Cave Heaven, Cui Dong could be considered as the player in the chess game. It would not be excessive to say that Cui Dong was the murderer of his junior martial brother Qi Jingchen. As one of my in-name disciples, Ma Zhan was also the same. However, Ma Zhan was not the player, but he was the mastermind behind the scenes. In the chess game, he was the first to make a move. Before I came to your hometown, this body was just Cui Dong's temporary residence. The real Cui Dong was the imperial tutor of your Dali dynasty. He was an old guy who did not look younger than me. Li Baoping's face was full of anger and her eyes were red. She stared at Cui Dong. On the other hand, Chen Pingan made Cui Dong tremble with fear. His eyes were lowered and his expression could not be seen clearly. A wild dog that bites does not show its teeth. Cui Dong was too familiar with Chen Pingan's character. After all, he paid more attention to the growth of the boy in Mud Bottle Alley than old Yang. Cui Dong tried to keep calm, but in his heart he said, I'm dead, I'm dead. Old man, you've done me a lot of harm. The old scholar changed the topic and looked at Chen Pingan. There's something I want to tell you first. If you agree, I'll do it. I want to take a part of the time stream from you. Don't worry, it won't involve too much of your privacy. It will be the beginning of tonight's chat. Are you willing? Chen Pingan nodded and said, yes. The old scholar stretched out a palm and pointed it at Chen Pingan who was sitting opposite him. He shook his wrist and rolled up his sleeves. Soon, strands of water mist appeared around Chen Pingan and slowly flowed into the old man's palm. Finally, it turned into a crystal clear green water bowl. The old man turned his palm over and gently touched the water ball with his palm facing down. The water flowed down to the table and a lively picture appeared on the table. Li Baoping's eyes widened, her face was full of shock. She quickly leaned on the table and said, wow, junior uncle, this is the mountain road where we met the wedding dress ghost. I'm here too. Ah, my little box is the most beautiful. It's better than Lin Shui's and Li Huai's. They look so stupid when they carry their boxes. The wedding dress ghost appeared on the muddy road with an oil paper umbrella. The lanterns lit up one after another and a magnificent fire dragon appeared in the mountains. When Lin Shui took out the talisman, they still went around in circles. Not only did they not leave the territory of the female ghost, but they were also abducted to the mansion where the words Xiao Shui Gao Feng were hung. In the end, Wei Jin, the sword whiz of the Wind Snow Temple, broke all the rules with a single sword. He broke the deadlock and successfully took the group out of there. The old scholar grabbed the table and the stream of time gathered into a ball again. He pushed it toward Chen Pingan and it dissipated back into the world. This was a supreme heavenly magic that involved the origin of the Great Tao. It did not rely on the small world of the saints or the mysterious magic weapons. Li Baoping only felt that it was magical and interesting. Cui Dong, on the other hand, knew what was going on. He was even more surprised. What was going on with the old man? His cultivation as a sage was obviously gone. How could he still be so powerful? The old scholar said softly, "Is this female ghost hateful?" "Of course, she is hateful. She killed innocent people and committed many crimes." "Is she pitiful?" "But she is also somewhat pitiful. As a ghost, she was originally kind in nature. In the imperial court, she not only stabilized the fate, but also did a lot of good deeds in other places. She was also in love with the scholars. It should have been a beautiful story. But in the end, both of them were reduced to such a situation. They were hated by gods and hated by ghosts. Both of them were ostracized by the Great Tao. They were entangled with karma and dragged through mud and water." The old scholar sighed. "So, a hateful person must have a pitiful side. Is that right?" Cui Dong felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He did not dare to nod or shake his head. Li Baoping quickly entered the mode of going up the mountain to kill the tiger blocking the road. After thinking carefully for a moment, she said, "Hateful is more." The old scholar nodded and smiled at the little girl. "So hateful and pitiful. How much more hateful is it? How much more is pitiful?" The little girl thought carefully again. "It's reasonable and legal. Let's go back and calculate it carefully." The old scholar smiled and asked again, "Li Baoping, it's legal and legal. Of course, it's not bad. But here comes the question. How do you determine whether the laws in the world are good or evil?" The little girl was stunned. It seemed that she had never faced this question before. She was not afraid and said to the old scholar, "Sir, please wait for a moment. This question is the same as the one youngest uncle asked last time. It's still a bit big. I have to think carefully." The old scholar smiled kindly and nodded his head. "Good." Cui Dong looked at the old scholar's familiar smile and then at the little girl who was concentrating with a straight face. He snorted coldly. No wonder he was Qi Jingchuan's teacher and Qi Jingchuan's proud disciple. They were passed down from generation to generation. Even the atmosphere of teaching was the same. After the old scholar stumped the little girl, he turned his head and looked at Chen Pingan, who had clear eyes. "In the past, when I was thinking about difficult questions, I liked to think of the worst first. Today is no exception. A hateful person must have a pitiful side." This sentence itself is not too big of a problem. But there are many people in the world who think they are smart. They like to pretend that they are the only one who is sober when everyone else is drunk. They only talk about the pitiful side and deliberately ignore the hateful side. Some people, on the other hand, are purely merciful and compassionate. Plus, they don't do anything to themselves, so they don't feel so much pain. Instead, they like to point fingers and watch with folded arms, asking people to be tolerant. Chen Pingan, where do you think the root of the problem lies? You should know that many of the people I'm talking about have read books and are quite knowledgeable. Maybe some of them are good at talking. Chen Pingan, do you have any ideas? Say whatever you want. Say whatever comes to mind. Chen Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he said, I don't have anything to say. Cui Dong no longer cared about what Chen Pingan's answer was. He began to silently deduce why the old man had said all this. The old scholar looked at Li Baoping and Cui Dong to his left and right. He slowly said, merit and demerit are determined by the will of the people. Good and evil are determined by the king of hell. Why do you say this? Because everyone's moral cultivation, growth, vision, and experience are all different. The human heart is constantly fluctuating. How many people would dare to say that their conscience is the most neutral and peaceful? Therefore, the school of legalism took a shortcut and lowered morality and etiquette to the lowest line. Here, it can only be so high. It can't be any lower. At this point, the old man stretched out a hand and drew a line under the table. Of course, these laws, as I said before, have the possibility of being evil. Here, I won't make any derivations. Otherwise, it would be difficult to finish explaining in 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, in the end, laws are dead, but the human heart is alive. If no one executes the laws, they are dead. Therefore, we still have to seek answers from above. At this point, the old scholar stretched out his hand and pointed at the roof. The old man turned to look at Cui Dong. Do you know why I answered your question so quickly? He touched on a sore spot. Cui Shi said angrily, because you like and think highly of Qi Jingchen more. You think that my knowledge is all waste paper in the garbage bin. Even if you, the sage of literature, find it dirty your hands when you spread it out. The old man shook his head. Because before you, I had already pondered over your question for many years. At the time, no matter how much I deduced, there was only one conclusion: 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. In the end, there was no way to stop it. Because not only did you treat the symptoms, but you didn't solve the root of the problem. Moreover, if your foundation wasn't solid enough, this kind of knowledge with good intentions would have a big problem. It's like a skyscraper. The taller you build it, the more beautiful it is. Once the foundation is unstable, it will collapse with a gust of wind, causing more harm than good. Cui Dong was stunned, but he was still somewhat unconvinced. The old man sighed and said helplessly, you must know that our Confucian orthodoxy is not perfect. There are so many rules, and as the world moves on, they can't be fixed once and for all. This is normal. If the earliest people speak the most correct and best, what about the later generations? What is the purpose of learning? The method given by the Holy Master is the most general and the most honest. Therefore, it is gentle and beneficial. It is a nourishment that has 100 benefits and no harm. But the premise of this nourishment is that everyone eats the food of the Confucians, right? But sometimes, just like a person, with the decline of the body's functions, or because of the wind and sun, there will be times when one gets sick. The tonic won't have an immediate effect, and it can't save one's life. This requires a tonic. But the use of medicine is 30% poisonous, so you have to be very careful. The ancient saints only dared to say which plants were medicine and which were poison after tasting hundreds of herbs. Cui Dong is so impatient. Are you really willing to spend so much effort? Your younger brother Qi Jingchen has already reminded you many times that Cui Dong is too smart. His heart is higher than the sky, and he never likes to do martial arts at a low place. How can this be? If you only want to be the mountain lord of the academy and the great chancellor of the academy, then even if the dam is full of holes, when the dam bursts, someone will be able to save you. But once your knowledge becomes mainstream in the Confucian orthodoxy, who will save you if something goes wrong? Me? Or the sage of rites? Or the holy master? Even if these people save you, Cui Dong, how can you be sure that the saints of Buddhism and Taoism won't cause trouble? Won't they turn this vast world into a world where the teachings of their two sects are promoted? Cui Dong was still unwilling to admit defeat. The old scholar was somewhat tired. Although I thought of this earlier than you, you put your heart and soul into it and thought further than I did. In the end, I was also tempted and thought that I could give it a try. That was why the real battle between the third and fourth places was between the two dynasties of the Central Plains. They each promoted rites, music, and rites, and after 60 years, they would see who won and who lost. Of course, the world knows what the outcome was. I lost, so I had no choice but to imprison myself in the forest of merits. Cui Dong's face was full of disbelief. He suddenly stood up. You liar! The old man said indifferently, forgot again. When debating with others, you have to have a neutral attitude. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Cui Shirt slumped back onto the stool in a daze and muttered, how could you bet on this? How could I lose? The old scholar turned his head to look at the courtyard. Be careful. Don't take it lightly. The tall woman replied lazily, I know. The old scholar took a big gulp of wine and said self-deprecatingly, drinking to drown your sorrows is good. Drinking to strengthen one's courage is even better. The old scholar put down the wine jug and straightened his clothes. He slowly said, the sage of rites wrote 2 words in our righteous world. Cui Dong, what do you mean? Cui Dong replied without thinking, order. After blurting it out, Cui Dong was full of regret. The old man's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, yes, etiquette and rules are order. The second sage of the Confucian orthodoxy, the sage of rites, pursued order. All things in the world are orderly and orderly. These rules were obtained by the sage of rites through untold hardships from the great path, horizontal, vertical, and line by line. Only then did he build what he called a shabby thatched hut to shelter the common people from the wind and rain. The hut is so big that almost everyone, even if they spend their entire life studying it, can't reach the walls. It is so big that no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation is, they can't even touch the roof. So this is the freedom and stability of all living beings. Cui Dong sneered, then what about Qi Jingchen? His knowledge touched the roof. Alliance, his cultivation hit the wall. What should we do now? What should these people do? Why can't these proud sons of heaven walk their own path, open the door that the sage of rites built and go somewhere else to build a brand new hut? At this point, Cui Dong subconsciously pointed at the door of the hut. At this moment, the white-clothed youth's face was full of sharpness. From this, it could be seen that Cui Dong had involuntarily immersed himself in it. It was even possible that it was not just the young Cui Dong's thoughts, but also the most complete subconscious of Cui Dong in the depths of his soul. The old man laughed, pursue the absolute freedom in your heart. Sure, but how sure are you that you will walk through the door in the end, and not break the wall with a punch or break the roof? So that the hut that originally sheltered you from the wind and rain and grew to the final height will suddenly become unstable and leaky? Cui Dong laughed and said, old man, you said it yourself that it is absolute freedom. Why do you still care about this? How can you decide that the new hut we build after breaking the old hut will not be bigger and more stable than the old one? The old man smiled, oh. Isn't it back to the origin of my great Tao? You, Cui Dong, haven't even broken my mold, and you want to break the order of the sage of rites. Chui Dong said angrily, "How is this the evil of human nature?" "Old man, you are talking nonsense." The old man said indifferently, "Don't ask me this question. I will give you a way out. Take this rare opportunity that your soul is intact, and ask your own heart." Chui Dong was dumbstruck. In the end, it was as if only the old scholar and Chen Pingan were left in this world, one old and one young, sitting opposite each other. The old man smiled and said, "The sage of rites wants order. Everyone knows the rules, and he hopes that everyone will follow the rules." Later on, the wandering scholars spread knowledge, and when the wandering scholars became aristocratic families, there was the Imperial Teacher Academy. Later on, there was the Imperial Examination, and it was widely accepted. It provided the possibility of a carp jumping through the Dragon's Gate, and the poor no longer had no noble sons. Rules, everything is taken care of. It is hard work, and the more people's hearts waver, and the more thankless it is. Human nature is evil. There are so many people in the world who put down their chopsticks after eating their fill and curse. The old man raised his head and looked at the young man, "So now I am looking for a word, order." The old man muttered to himself, "I just want to clear up the order of all things in the world. For example, hateful and pitiful. The crux of the problem is that the sage of rights has taught the world enough criteria to judge hateful and pitiful, but the world does not know the order. You don't even know what is hateful, and you run to care about pitiful. How can that be? Am I right?" Chen Pingan nodded. The old man smiled and asked, "Just by listening to it, isn't the word order far worse than order?" Chen Pingan frowned. The old man burst into laughter. He didn't care how much the young man could figure out. Enjoying himself, he took a sip of wine and said, "If these two words are placed in the shabby hut of the sage of rights, of course, it can only be regarded as mending. I'm at most a mender of morals and rights. But if these two words are placed in a broader place, it will be amazing." Chen Pingan asked, "Where?" The old man lifted the wine pot and placed it in the center of the table. Then he spread out his palm and wiped the table heavily. "It seems that this shabby cottage of the wine pot is just a place to rest on the banks of the river of time. But..." The old man paused for a moment and smiled. "The situation of this river of time depends on the riverbed. Although the two complement each other, at the same time, there is indeed a way to do it. There are many sayings in the world. Go with the flow, so I want to give it a try." Chen Pingan asked, "The sage of rights wants people to live safely and steadily within the rules. Sometimes, he has to sacrifice a small number of people's absolute freedom. And old sir, you want everyone to follow your order and walk forward on the great path you have drawn?" The old man smiled and nodded. "Don't think that I am pointing fingers. My order will not go too far. It is just to put an effort at the source of the great path. After that, the water will diverge and enter the sea, or converge midway to become a lake, or continue to flow. It is your own freedom." The old man leaned forward, took out the wine pot, drank a mouthful of wine, and asked with a smile, "Chen Pingan, what do you think? Are you willing to follow Qi Jingchuan's arrangement and be my disciple?" For the second time, Chen Pingan looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. The old man smiled and was amiable. He repeated again, "Just say what you think. Don't care if it is right or wrong. There are no outsiders here." The young man took a deep breath, straightened his back, and put his fists on his knees. He said seriously, "Because I have not really read books, I don't know what the order of the sage of rights is. I can't understand the essence of the order of the old sir." The old man smiled and said, "Go on, just say it boldly." "I have seen very bad people and terrible things in my life. My temper has been tempered very well." Chen Pingan's eyes became brighter and brighter. In the small town, I killed Kai Chinchian for myself. I fought with the mountain-moving ape for my friend Lu Xianyang. Later, I promised Mr. Qi to escort Li Baoping and the others to school. Later, I promised the fairy's sister that I would become a Qi trainer. I did these things with peace of mind. I just did it without thinking too much. Chen Pingan continued, "You said a lot before, and I have been listening carefully. After thinking about some of them, I think they are very reasonable. For example, I think the hateful and pitiful part is right. The order can't be wrong. So at that time, I wanted to say that I wanted to kill the wedding dress ghost very much. Now I want to kill her, and I will kill her in the future. I want to tell her that no matter how wrong she is, it is not a reason for her to pass the pain to the innocent. I want to tell her that she has her pitiful parts, but she deserves to die." This young man from Clay Bottle Alley, who had always been gentle, was very sharp at this moment. Chen Pingan's tone became more and more firm. He said slowly, "But for those things that I can't understand, or even that far away in my life, I will not take them into my own hands. Because if I feel that I can't do it, why should I promise others? Just because I am embarrassed. Because I don't want to disappoint others." But the answer is very simple. If you promise but don't have the confidence to do it, won't others be even more disappointed if you can't do it in the future? The old scholar stopped smiling and looked serious. After thinking for a moment, he was a little absent-minded. He habitually stretched out 2 fingers, as if he was picking up a peanut from a dish. In the small yard, the tall woman smiled with narrowed eyes. Earlier, she deliberately pretended to be sad. Didn't the young man refuse her with righteous words? If it were Ma Kuxuan, Xie or Chao Shi. For a girl who was far away and whom he had known for less than a month, he risked offending a sword spirit who had lived for 10,000 years and whom he would need to rely on in the future. Was this a small matter? It was a small matter. But it was definitely not a small matter. The struggle for the Great Tao was endless. There were some details that were too terrifying. This was the most unpredictable and dangerous place. Every time a Qi trainer's cultivation was higher and he was closer to the heavenly screen, the flaw in his state of mind would be infinitely magnified. For example, if the flaw of the Tao ancestor was only the size of a mustard seed, once it became real, it would be bigger than the hole pierced by a sword in the Yellow River heaven. For example, in the seemingly trivial long river of time, if the child in the mud bottle alley chose the free tonghulu under the kind invitation of the stall owner, he took it and ate it happily. Then he jumped back to his ancestral house in the mud bottle alley, ate the tonghulu and threw the bamboo stick away casually. It seemed that nothing had happened. But did nothing really happen? Could the young Chen Pingan still have today's opportunity? In the room, Chen Pingan looked at the old man. "Even if Mr. Qi wants me to do something, as long as I don't think I can do it, I still won't agree. For example, if I think about something seriously and still feel that it is wrong, even if someone holds a knife to my neck, I will still tell him that no matter who he is, it is wrong." The young man's tone was very calm. Chen Pingan said in the end, "I am not the kind of person who can go far in a field of knowledge. Learning to read and write is a very simple thing for me. It is so that I can write Spring Festival couplets and post them at the door of my house. In the future, I can write tombstones for my parents. At most, I can read some principles of being a person, but I don't have too many ideas. So, old mister, I will not be your disciple." Cui Dong's face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. Even Li Baoping felt that something was wrong. She sneakily picked up the seal from the table and was about to use it to hit someone. As for whether it was the bad guy Cui Dong or her teacher's teacher, she didn't care. Her youngest uncle was the most important person in the world. The old man only asked pleasantly, "This is what you think now, right? If in the future you feel that you were wrong in the past, will you change your mind and beg me to take you as my disciple? Chen Pingan said without hesitation, of course. But if you don't want to take me as your disciple, I won't force you. I will probably regret it, but it won't be much. The old man had a strange look on his face. I am the sage of literature, and I used to be one of the top sages in the Confucian temple. It is a great blessing for me to take you as my closed-door disciple. It is a great opportunity and a great opportunity. If it suddenly falls on your head, shouldn't you hurry up and put it away? If there is a problem, you have your teacher to protect you. What are you afraid of? No matter how you look at it, it is a good thing with no harm. Chen Pingan suddenly said, there are some things that go against your heart. Don't take a single step out. The old man sighed. Since the time is not right, I won't force you. The old man smiled. I am very disappointed that we can't be master and disciple, but I think Qi Jingchen is not disappointed at all. This Chen Pingan is very stubborn, just like Qi Jingchen when he was young. I am afraid this is the reason why he was willing to bow to you in the alley. Chen Pingan was puzzled. The old scholar slowly stood up and looked at the three children. Sitting down and discussing the Tao is a very good thing. The old scholar smiled. But don't forget, it is even more important to start an act. Otherwise, there will be no place for all moral essays. The old elementary scholar suddenly began to enjoy himself and his face lit up with a smile. He put his hands behind his back and walked out of the house while shaking his head. He clicked his tongue and said, Old Mr. sat down and discussed the Tao while the young man walked. Good, good. Li Baoping angrily said, Only young people, what about me? The old man opened the door and laughed. Yes, 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 there is also the little girl from the Aquarius continent, Li Baoping. Chen Pingan thought, sitting down and discussing the Tao, start an act. This principle is very good, I have to remember it. The young man Cui Dong sat in the same place in a daze. Suddenly, he quivered. After coming back to his senses, he suddenly stood up and bowed to Chen Pingan. Mr. Chen Pingan helplessly said, Why are you still here? Cui Dong smiled and joked. Mr. wanted to kill me before, was it because you didn't want to pay me back? (155) Li Huai slept in for a long time. He didn't want to get out of bed even when the sun was shining on his butt. The bed was too comfortable, like sleeping in a ball of cotton. The child opened his eyes in a daze and sat up. He looked around and didn't realize what was going on. It took him a while to remember that this wasn't the hard bed at home, nor was it the wilderness. The child's first thought was that it was good to be rich. The second thought was that it was no wonder Chen Pingan was a money grubber. Li Huai actually wanted to go back to sleep, but seeing that Chen Pingan wasn't by his side and didn't appear in his sight, Li Huai panicked. He nimbly put on his clothes and boots, took the painted puppet from the green bamboo box and rushed out of the house. He saw Lin Shi playing chess with a poor old man. Even Li Baoping, who was born without a butt, was sitting on the stone bench, carefully watching the game. Yu Lu and Xie Xie were standing beside Lin Shi, helping to make plans. Chen Pingan sat opposite Li Baoping. When he saw Li Huai, he waved his hand. When the child ran to his side, he gave his seat to Li Huai. Li Huai was just about to sit down when he saw the white-clothed youth standing behind Chen Pingan staring at him with a fake smile. Li Huai thought for a while and silently put the painted puppet on the stone bench. He didn't dare to sit and only dared to lie on the table with his butt sticking out. The youth with the red mole between his eyebrows, Cui Dong, turned his head to look at Yu Lu and Xie Xie. His gloomy eyes were like a stream, moving between their faces. The young girl was keenly aware of Cui Dong's gaze. She didn't raise her head to look at him, but she was puzzled. Usually, when this Dolly Imperial tutor's gloomy gaze fell on her, her skin would have goosebumps. But today was different. It was just the gaze of an ordinary teacher. It didn't have the oppressive feeling from before. Was it because of the warm autumn sun? Yulu calmly raised his head and smiled at this young master. Chui Dong stretched out his finger and beckoned, Yulu, xie, you two come here. Then he smiled at Chen Pingan and said, can we talk at the pavilion? There are some things that need to be discussed openly. Chen Pingan nodded. The four of them went to the pavilion. Before leaving, Chen Pingan patted the cowardly Huai's head and joked, now we can sit without worry. When they reached the pavilion, Chui Dong glanced at Iron Horse Winchim and said to Yu Lu and Xie, introduce yourselves. There's no need to hide. Don't worry, there's no conspiracy. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in Chen Pingan, right? Yu Lu and Xie looked at each other. No one was in a hurry to speak. The tall youth dressed simply, Yu Lu, had been the coachman since he came out of seclusion. He was the one who helped Chen Pingan the most in the group. Even sewing could be done by the youth with exceptional dexterity. The youth was obsessed with cleanliness. He was passionate about washing clothes and straw sandals. Whenever he saw someone's clothes and straw sandals stained with mud or holes in them while walking on the mountain road, the tall youth would feel uncomfortable. Even when he saw the crooked arrangement of Li Huai's book box, Yu Lu, who happened to be at the side, would have a worried expression. As long as they stopped by a water source, the carriage would be washed clean by the tall youth. To this, even Chen Pingan felt inferior. How could there be such a restless person in the world? As for the dark-skinned, old-fashioned, and slender girl, Li Baoping, for the first time, had a childish temperament. She hated her bitterly and viewed her as an enemy. Lin Shui's impression of her was average. It could not be considered good or bad. At most, they were friends who played a few games in their spare time. Li Huai, on the other hand, was very close to her. The two of them were passionate about arranging troops. Chui Dong said unhappily, you guys can talk freely. I'll clean up later. The handsome youth strode out of the pavilion and walked around. He bent down to pick up small stones on the ground. After picking up a large handful, he sat by the old well in boredom, throwing stones down to listen to the sound of the water. Thinking that he was actually so bored, Chui Dong's eyes blurred. It was as if a lifetime had passed. He looked at the dark well. Now, he could no longer see the scene below with his naked eyes. At this moment, Chui Dong almost wanted to jump into the well and commit suicide. In the pavilion, Yu Lu was the first to speak. I'm the crown prince of the former Lu dynasty. Yu Lu used to hide in the mountain opening team of the remnants of the Lu family. Actually, I have another alias, Yu Shilu. If you read it the other way around, it means that I'm a remnant of the Lu family. Every time someone calls me, it can help me reflect once. What's past is past. The girl was furious. She stood up suddenly and pointed at the tall youth's nose. She scolded angrily, past. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's easy for you to say, as if it's as light as the clouds and as light as the wind. You're even more pure of heart and few desires than the cultivators on our mountain. But the hundreds of lives in my sect, from top to bottom, have been sacrificed for your Lu family and died for the country. How can it be past? The girl's face was full of tears. She said in a trembling voice, touch your conscience. How many Qi cultivators in the world are willing to die for the country? Only us. Since there were states and dynasties in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, we're the only ones in history who didn't retreat or surrender. We risked our lives to prove that the Lu family's dynasty is legitimate. Yu Lu looked calm. Then what do you want me to do? It's true that I'm the crown prince of the Liu family. But my father has always been arbitrary. He's just afraid of those groundless prophecies and folklore. He's worried that the East Palace will be powerful and he'll drive me to the academy in the enemy country, Dali, to study. I've never been in power and I've never had any involvement with the imperial court. I've only focused on studying the sages. Thank you. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The girl was provoked by Yu Lu's indifferent attitude. She lost her composure even more. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. She gritted her teeth and said, "My surname is Xia, but my name is not Xia. I'm Xia Lingyue. I'm the youngest qi cultivator in the Liu dynasty to break through the bottleneck of the fifth state. I'm a descendant of the Xia family of the wind god. I hate the muddle-headedness and mediocrity of the royal family of the Liu family. But I hate you, the crown prince, even more for going with the flow. You're a servant to the great enemy, the imperial tutor of Dali. Yet you still have the cheek to be content." He wanted to tell that guy loudly, "I also want to, but I can't do it right now." Yu Lu was still sitting in the same place. Xia sat back in her original position aggressively, but she didn't look like she was going to fight Yu Lu to the death. Yu Lu looked at Chen Pingan, who was calm, and asked curiously with a smile, "Chen Pingan, aren't you good at talking? Why don't you talk to Li Baoping and Li Huai about these things?" Chen Pingan replied, "I'm familiar with them, so I don't need to talk about reasons." What he meant was that he, Chen Pingan, was not familiar with them, so he needed to talk about these things. Yu Lu was immediately deflated. Xia's face was cold, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She forced that smile to be flattened. Xia carefully glanced at Cui Dong, who was sitting in a daze at the mouth of the well. She hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "I was originally a Qi refinement warrior of the Sea Viewing realm in the middle 5 realms. I was half a step away from the 8th realm, the Dragon Gate realm. However, after I was reduced to a remnant, a vicious imperial concubine sent a famous sword cultivator from your greatly to use a secret technique to pin a few of my acupoints with dragon-trapping nails. As a result, whenever I tried to use my innate energy, I would be in so much pain that I wished I was dead. Furthermore, even if I risked endless troubles, I could only exert the strength of 4th or 5th tier." After Xia finished talking about these important secrets that concerned her fate, she stared at Yu Lu, who was pretending to be mute. The latter asked, "What?" Xia sneered and said, "Don't play dumb here." Chen Pingan was able to catch fish because of his accumulated experience over a long period of time. He relied on the clumsy bird to fly first. At this point, Xia paused slightly. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that the young man who was stabbed by her was not angry. Instead, he was a little silly. She then heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "But if you, Yu Lu, did not catch those fish because of your martial arts cultivation, I'll change my surname to yours." Yu Lu smiled and said, "Oh, you're talking about this. I thought that none of you would be interested in this little trick. Martial arts and the martial arts world are not worth mentioning. When I was in the East Palace, because of my identity as the Crown Prince, I was destined not to cultivate the art of immortality. Therefore, I could only go and look through the martial arts secret books in the palace. I've said before that my father is afraid of those songs, not a son who has nothing better to do but to familiarize himself with martial arts." Yu Lu stopped smiling and said sincerely, "Moreover, others may not know the situation of the martial arts world in the martial arts world, but you, Xia Lingyue, do not know? It's just a pond at the foot of a mountain. No matter how big the fish are, how big can they be? Not to mention other places, just look at our Liu dynasty. There are not many 9th realm cultivators, but there are still quite a few. But as for ninth realm martial artists, there is not a single one. Therefore, when I first started practicing martial arts, it was purely for fun. You may think that I am just standing there and talking, but I still have to say that in the dull and boring Eastern Palace, if a teacher accidentally farted, it would be a rare thing worth talking about. Xie sneered and said, "Oh. From your tone, your martial arts realm is not low." Yu Lu sighed, his eyes were sincere, he shook his head and said, "It's not high, only the sixth realm." Xie's eyes revealed a trace of shock, her face slightly stiffened. The climbing of the martial arts world was most particular about one step at a time. Usually, it was done with a lot of preparation. Most of them were late bloomers. For example, Dolly's vassal Song Jianqiang was a freak. Looking at the history of Aquarius continent, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-a-century occurrence. So for young high-realm cultivators, others would be envious of their talents, opportunities and so on. They would call them geniuses and then feel that it was right and proper. Because the word genius could explain everything. But martial arts was different. A 14 or 15-year-old sixth realm martial artist. He was a real monster. Don't forget, the Liu dynasty's crown prince Yu Lu lived like a prince in the East Palace. It was very likely that he had never had a life and death battle. Reading a book and seeing a sixth realm martial artist. When Yu Lu saw the girl's eyes and expression, he silently swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue back into his stomach. She was about to reach the seventh realm, at most 3 to 5 years. When she thought of being so close to a sixth realm martial artist, the girl felt uncomfortable all over. She felt that Yu Lu would suddenly attack her and then smash her head with a punch. A sixth realm chi refinement warrior could be very weak, but when faced with a pure martial artist of the world, it was best not to have such thoughts. Chen Pingan stood up and first looked at the tanned girl, saying happily, "Lin Shui is also a chi refinement warrior. Miss Xia, although your cultivation is limited now, but your vision is still there. In the future, please talk to him more about cultivation." "Yes, Lin Shui's personality is a bit cold, you have to be more tolerant." "Oh right, Lin Shui is amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He is thin-skinned and can't take good persuasion. Miss Xia, try to persuade him more. For example, using chess to chat about cultivation, I think that would be very good." Then Chen Pingan looked at the tall youth, "Yu Lu, since you are a sixth realm expert, I don't have to worry about tiring you out for trivial things like washing clothes and brushing straw sandals in the future. Just ask, and you will have enough clothes." Finally, Chen Pingan shouted to Cui Dong in the distance, "I've finished talking with the two of them, you can come back." Yes, in the words of scholars, we had a good chat. Chen Pingan smiled and left the pavilion. His footsteps were light, clearly he was really happy. In the pavilion, the young boy and girl looked at each other, feeling that something was wrong, but they could not think of a reason. "156, Cui Dong walked back to the pavilion from the old well and stood still outside the pavilion. As the autumn read-in did not want anyone to explore the well without permission, there was only one entrance and exit from the pavilion on the west side. Cui Dong, who was standing on the east side, was a little stunned. In the end, he gritted his teeth, grabbed the railing of the pavilion with both hands, and used all his strength to climb up. He flipped onto the bench in the pavilion and lay on it, gasping for breath. Yu Lu and Xia were a little vigilant. They only thought that Dolly Imperial Tutor was playing tricks to have fun, so they had to be careful not to fall into a trap. To put it bluntly, even if Cui Dong handed a knife to the young boy and girl and stood still to let them cut him, the two of them would not dare to make a move. They would not even take the knife. In Xie's opinion, the reason why Qin Pingan could not care less about Cui Dong was that Qin Pingan was ignorant because he had never experienced the real scenery on the mountain. He did not know the meaning of the saying of fighting on the battlefield, the struggle in the court, and immortality. In the past, the first disciple of the sage of literature, a Qi cultivator at the peak of the 12th state, and the Dali imperial tutor. Any one of his identities alone was a towering mountain that could make people breathless. Presently, Cui Shi's body was extremely weak as he lay on the bench, and he was exhausted like a dog. He stretched out his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. Just as all of you've seen, not only have I suffered an unexpected calamity that caused me to lose my cultivation and become powerless, it even caused me to be unable to even use my cube space, causing me to become a defenseless pauper. So, if the two of you have a grudge against me, now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take action. There won't be such a shop after this village. Speaking of this, Cui Dong turned his head to look at the Dali territory thousands of miles away and cursed weakly, "You enjoy the blessings, and I take the blame. Damn you, Dali imperial tutor." "Oh, you are still my own master," Cui Dong muttered and cursed to himself. No matter what, along the way, although he had not succeeded in apprenticing himself to a master, he had been with Li Huai for a long time. He had indeed become much more fluent in cursing people. Now, he even cursed himself. The young boy and girl were used to the Dali imperial tutor's supernatural behavior. Cui Shi sat up and leaned against the fence, placing his hands on the railing. Yu Lu and Xie happened to be on his left and right. Cui Dong sighed. "You think that Qin Pingan doesn't know how high the mountains are and how deep the waters are, so you are not afraid of me at all. This is..." Cui Dong paused for a moment and laughed. "Yes." Cui Dong continued, "However, you have only thought of half of it. The ignorant are fearless. However, you can't compare to Qin Pingan in that a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Of the two of you, one is a sixth realm martial artist who came out of nowhere from reading books. His world is shattered and he has to endure humiliation. The other is a Qi refinement warrior who is astonishingly talented but bears a blood feud. You always feel that the future is very long. Therefore, Qin Pingan dares to kill me and he will kill me. What about the two of you? You are hesitating and perturbed." Cui Dong rubbed his waist and said with a frown, "Actually, my waist hurts a lot." Cui Dong looked at Yu Lu. "You will follow me wholeheartedly in the future. How about that?" Yu Lu smiled and said, "Ever since I left the condemned felons, I've been following the Grand Preceptor. It's a good feeling. The journey of learning has been exciting. Compared to pretending to be a nerd in the Eastern Palace, listening to those gossips every day, it's much more interesting. If Lord Imperial Tutor can explain some difficult questions about the classics to me when he is free, I will feel that my life is very complete." Cui Dong stretched out a finger and pointed at the tall teenager. "Qin Pingan is cautious and serious. He is a frog at the bottom of the well who suddenly jumped out of the well. He is afraid of everything that he sees. You, Yu Lu, are really shrewd. You look like a scoundrel. Sometimes, I really want to punch your smiling face." Yu Lu said helplessly, "Compared to Qin Pingan, how am I better? Aren't we both frogs at the bottom of the well?" Cui Dong said casually, "Riches and honor burn the body, suffering and suffering cool the body. I will give you this famous saying of the saints for free. Take it and think about it." Yu Lu, who had read thousands of books, asked curiously, "Which saint of the Confucian temple taught you this?" Cui Dong pointed at himself. "Me." Yu Lu was even more helpless. Cui Dong took out a stone from his sleeve and gently threw it at the iron horse under the eaves. It missed the first time, the second time, and the third time. Chui Dong glanced at the girl and pursed his lips. If I really want to throw you out, the bell will definitely ring. The girl stood there like a bodhisattva, expressionless. Chui Dong smiled. You, on the other hand, really want to kill me, but you feel that you only have one chance. You must have a foolproof plan. You don't want to die for nothing. Yu Lu, on the other hand, is smarter than you. You feel that it doesn't matter if you kill me or not. Chui Dong sighed. Chen Pingan, Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shi, 4 people. Yu Lu, in order of your favorability, from good to bad, it should be Lin Shi, Li Baoping, Chen Pingan, and Li Huai. As for Miss Xie, it should be Li Baoping, Li Huai, Chen Pingan, and Lin Shi. Chui Dong pointed at himself with his thumb. As for me, it should be Li Huai, Li Baoping, Lin Shi, and Chen Pingan. I like Li Huai the most because he is the least threatening to me. Li Baoping is such a bright spirit girl. Especially someone like me who is full of evil tricks. How can I hate her? Just looking at her makes me feel warm and comfortable. Lin Shi is not bad. It's just that I've seen too many geniuses like him. I'm not interested. Chui Dong squinted his eyes and smiled. Yu Lu dislikes Li Huai the most because he hates the kind of muddling along and waiting for death. How can there be such a lazy person in the world? Of course, there's also his sloppiness and lack of cleanliness. You like Lin Shi the most because you subconsciously think of yourself as the crown prince of the Lu dynasty. For a country to prosper, it needs Lin Shi to be a positive pillar of support. Although Xie seems to be very familiar with Lin Shi and often plays chess with him, he is actually going crazy with jealousy. They are both geniuses in cultivation. Why is it that Lin Shi's life is so smooth, but he has to suffer such a calamity? It's very likely that he will be blocked by the great Tao and have no hope of immortality. Yu Lu was silent. Xie's expression was extremely ugly. Chui Dong laughed. Then why don't we like Chen Pingan? But why did Li Baoping and the other 2 fledgling kids like Chen Pingan the most, contrary to us, who are all mature foxes, like us the most? Isn't he very chewy? Yu Lu, Xie. Whoever can give me the correct answer in my heart, I will give you a good thing that you can use. Xie slowly said, because the 3 of them are used to looking at Chen Pingan whenever they encounter difficulties and choices. They feel that Chen Pingan does things the most justly and is willing to pay the price. And Chen Pingan, to the 3 of us, aside from Lord Imperial Tutor's personal desires, this kind of seemingly easy to get along with and willing to be kind to others is really not worth mentioning. Yu Lu shook his head. Chen Pingan is not that easy to get along with. Chui Dong clicked his tongue. The 2 of you are about the same. You are so stupid that it's cute. Why don't I just let the 2 of you get married? A talented man and a beautiful woman. Oh, no, temporarily a talented woman and a handsome man. How about it? Yu Lu and Xie did not reply, because they both knew that this was a joke. Chui Dong stroked a jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. You don't know that Chen Pingan is like a mirror. He will let the people around him see their own shortcomings more clearly than usual. So if you get along with him day and night, as long as you have problems with your state of mind, you will have problems. Once upon a time, there was a foolish girl named Zhu Lu who was forced to a dead end. She was stupid because she was stupid and did not know it. She did bad things, but her heart was still muddled. This is called stupid and bad. She is also a woman, but compared to our Dolly Empress, she is far inferior. Our Empress, the cleverest thing about her was, do you think I don't know what bad things I have done? Back then, it was this unintentional sentence that made me decide to cooperate with her. Chui Dong pointed to himself. According to a hidden saying of a certain Taoist master, everyone has two heartstrings, one good and one evil, hanging in our hearts. Just like what Chen Pingan believes, some things are right and some things are wrong. No matter who does it or who helps to explain it, it will not change anything. What is interesting is that the difficulties of the world lie in the fact that in order to do a good thing, you will inevitably do many small mistakes. Confucian disciples are unwilling to go against their hearts. They may not even be able to stay in the officialdom, and may not even be able to climb high in the learning palace. In the end, they can only hide in the study room to study and build a cart behind closed doors. To the outside world, they are of little benefit. Some people have stayed in the study room for a long time and are pedantic and stale. They can't bear to see any moral flaws in others, and they often criticize and belittle them. Instead, they are helpless against those who are thoroughly bad in the imperial court. In the end, they can only degrade day by day and the collapse of etiquette and music. Cui Dong did not look at the two guys who were deep in thought. He stretched out one palm and wiped in front of him, then changed to another palm and wiped in a lower place. The top is good and the bottom is evil. The human heart has two strings. I, Cui Dong, am good, almost as high as the sky, so I don't see many good people in my eyes. I, Cui Dong, am evil, so to me, I can associate with and use them without any psychological burden. The two of you are not as different as me, but the distance between the two strings is not small. Cui Dong put away his left hand and left a small gap between the thumb and index finger of his right hand. He lowered his head and squinted at the two fingers. Chen Pingan's good is very low, so to him, doing good things is a natural thing. This is the reason why he is regarded as a good person. But you have to know that a low good does not mean that he is really easy to talk to. Because Chen Pingan's evil is very close to his good, so when he decides to do something, Chen Pingan will be extremely decisive, such as, killing me. In fact, the two of you know very well that no matter how much you look down on Chen Pingan, you, and of course, me, will never be Chen Pingan's friend in this lifetime. Yu Lu suddenly said, I can try. Xie's mouth curved into a cold smile. However, when she caught a glimpse of Yu Lu from the corner of her eyes, she thought of how she was forced by Cui Shi to look for Chen Pingan and explain the martial arts to him in Hingshan. Under the threat of Cui Shi, she had no choice but to take the initiative to look for Chen Pingan. The girl was a little flustered. Then, she thought of the thin figure standing on the branch, facing the wind, the gentle breeze and the mountain. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. She had also had a pure state of mind like this, always looking into the distance. I've said so much and wasted a big jar of saliva. What exactly am I trying to say? Cui Dong began to make a conclusion. He stood up and said with a smile, what I'm trying to say is, in the future, you two idiots should respect me, Cui Dong's husband, from the bottom of your heart. Do you understand? This was the second time today that Yu Lu and Xie looked at each other. Two ungrateful, pitiful bastards who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Cui Dong flew into a rage for no reason. His face was gloomy as he strode forward and punched Yu Lu in the face. A broken crown prince who has become a criminal and almost has to have words carved on his face. Do you know how many emperors and princes a Dolly have killed? You still want to try? Do you, a bastard who has betrayed your ancestors, have the qualifications to do so? Yu Lu was caught off guard and took the punch. He didn't dare to make any movements to fight back. He was just a little stunned. Cui Shi turned around and walked towards the dark-skinned girl, slapping her across the face. You're just a little girl whose mountain gate has been smashed. Do you know how many land immortals I've killed with my own hands? The proud girl subconsciously reached out and grabbed the wrist of the young man in white to prevent him from slapping her face. However, she regretted it the next moment. As expected, Chui Dong emitted a terrifying and ferocious aura as he stared at the girl. She was so frightened that she immediately let go of her hand. Chui Dong lowered his head and looked at his red and swollen wrist. He slapped the girl's face fiercely and said sternly, "The two of you dare to look down on Chen Pingan." (157) In the eyes of the carefree little girl, this bustling county in the north of Huangting country was bustling with noise and excitement. Many small towns added together could not compare to it. However, in the eyes of an old scholar who had seen the world, of course, he would see further and more illusory. He might have already seen the gloomy scene of the iron cavalry marching south and the smoke rising everywhere. The bustling laughter would become the source of the heart-wrenching pain in the future. On the contrary, the shabbily dressed child beggars on the roadside would suffer less pain and suffering in the future. As for those ruffians and hooligans, they were more likely to leap up in the chaotic world and perhaps even become the new officials of the Huangting kingdom or the generals of the army. But the old Xiuzai had experienced the vicissitudes of life and naturally would not show such emotions on his face. He did not want to spoil the good mood of the young boy and the little girl. The old Xiuzai led them through many twists and turns until they found an old bookstore. He took out his own money to buy a few books for the two. The old man in the store was an old scholar who failed in the imperial examinations. Usually, he did not take anyone seriously. But when he met a poor old Xiuzai who was eloquent, he could be considered a hero. Plus, he was impressed by the old Xiuzai's knowledge and morals. The 20 taels of silver for the books were worth 10 taels of silver. After the old Xiuzai left the store, he looked at the admiring faces of Chen Pingan and Li Baoping and laughed. "How is it? Studying is still useful, right? Today you helped us earn 8 taels of silver. So, there is a house of gold in the books." At this point, the old scholar lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "You don't say, there's a place in the south. Of course, it's not the south of your Aquarius continent. It's called the Mellow Scholar Chin Clan. There's an old fogey that I can't get along with. When he was young, he would study every day and night. About a few decades later, probably due to his sincerity, one day he really read a book and found a house of gold and a beautiful woman." Chen Pingan widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. "That house of gold, how big is it?" Li Baoping curiously asked. "That Yen Ruyu, how beautiful is she?" The old scholar laughed and pointed at the two children. "If you have the chance in the future, go and see for yourself. I won't tell you. Seeing is believing. Good mountains, good rivers, and good scenery. There are descriptions in books, but it can't compare to seeing it in person." Li Baoping suddenly asked, "Mr. Wenqing, why did you buy those books for my youngest martial uncle? They are really shallow. Even Lin Shi and I can teach them. Isn't it a waste of money?" The old scholar stopped smiling and said seriously, "It's different, very different. The most knowledgeable books in the world must be the most profound and the most suitable for educating the common people. Do you know that these books are the cheapest? For example, the Tao Ancestors Book of 5,000 yuan is sold so cheaply. Anyone who wants to read it can buy it. Anyone who is willing to read it can learn something from it." Li Baoping said innocently, "There's a lot of printing and a lot of people buying them, so it's cheaper." The old scholar nodded and laughed. "You're half right. If it's too expensive, who would be willing to buy it? Why don't you go and buy some food? You can fill your stomach." The remaining half were those high and mighty moral sages. If they wanted to spread their knowledge more widely and become the orthodox knowledge of a province, a country, or even a continent, or even the entire world, how many disciples could they personally pass on their knowledge to? It's better to cast a wide net and imprint their knowledge and principles in books. The threshold is low, and more people walk in. Chen Pingan stopped and looked at the little girl. Bao Ping, do you want junior uncle to kill for you and be scolded and beaten to death? Or do you want to confront those bad guys openly and face them together? Even if we die, we will die righteously and not have any regrets. The little girl was a little flustered. Junior uncle, it sounds like the latter option is slightly better. The old Shutsai laughed. It's not as miserable as you think. Scholars still have some shame. It's not to the point of life and death, it's just a little bumpy. The old Shutsai finally said, speaking of the order, this kid used it so quickly. Applying what he has learned. Impressive. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Sir, it's okay if you scare us, but don't you think it's a little too much to pretend to be drunk to not pay? The old Shutsai's head tilted and he snored like thunder. Li Baoping still had some lingering fear, so she grabbed Chen Pingan's sleeve. Chen Pingan joked, what are you afraid of? In the future, you just have to study hard and try to win against them in terms of reasoning. If this still doesn't work, junior uncle will work harder from today on to practice martial arts and swordsmanship. When the time comes, junior uncle will fly on his sword and come to your side from thousands of miles away. Think about it. Everyone will look up and stare at your junior uncle with their eyes wide open, just like when we saw Wei Jin in the Wind Snow Temple. At that time, you can tell everyone that this is your junior uncle. Isn't he awesome? The little girl nodded vigorously and laughed heartily. She jumped up and said, wow, cool, cool. Anyway, this old man will be so sad that he will cry loudly. At that time, I won't even be able to drink wine. Li Baoping was suddenly enlightened, and nodded her head like a little chick pecking rice. Yes, 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 no one can die. The old elementary scholar stretched out his hand and handed over the silver ingot. Chen Pingan looked at it and asked, is this worm silver? Cui Dong has one. The old elementary scholar shook his head and smiled. That little thing, only the young Cui Dong would be interested in it and find it interesting. If it was the old Cui Dong, he would be too lazy to take a second look at it. This thing that looks like a silver ingot is actually an ownerless sword embryo. Compared to the one that Cui Dong hid in the Fengsuan item, its grade is much higher. The key is that it has a deep history. If you have the chance to go to the Central Divine Continent in the future, you must bring it to Sui Mountain. Who knows, you might even be able to drink some guy's good wine. Sui Mountain's Huagua wine is the best in the world. The old elementary scholar gave him a thumbs up. Even an immortal would be drunk. Chen Pingan took the silver ingot. The old elementary scholar joked, oh, you were unwilling to be my disciple before. I said that you would not agree even if I talked until my lips were cracked. Why did you accept it now? Chen Pingan said awkwardly, I felt that if I rejected your kindness again, it would hurt your feelings. Li Baoping whispered, Master Wenxing, it's because this thing looks like silver. How can junior uncle not like it? Chen Pingan knocked her with a chestnut. Li Baoping held her head and did not dare to say anything. The old elementary scholar laughed. Little Baoping, next time we meet, don't call me Master Wenxing. You are Qi Jingchuan's disciple, and I am Qi Jingchuan's teacher. What should you call me? Li Baoping was stunned. Grandmaster. Grandmaster. The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. That's right. You can call me either way, as long as you like. The little girl hurriedly bowed with her hands clasped in front of her chest. However, she forgot that she was carrying a heavy box on her back. Li Baoping lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. Chen Pingan hurriedly helped her carry the small box. The old elementary scholar straightened his back and did not move, calmly accepting the gift. The elementary scholar shook the bag on his back and sighed. The sword embryo is called Little Fingdu. Don't worry and accept it. The karma of the sword embryo has long been completely cut off. As for how to use it, it is very simple. As long as you put your heart into it, everything will be fine when you reach the bridge and it will automatically recognize you as its master. If you don't put your heart into it, even if you hold it for 10,000 years, it will not wake up. Chen Pingan carefully put it away. The old elementary scholar nodded. Let's go. The old elementary scholar turned and left. Li Baoping asked doubtfully, Grandmaster. The old elementary scholar turned his head and asked with a smile, What's wrong? The little girl pointed to the sky. Grandmaster, didn't you say you were going to go a long way? Why didn't you just disappear with a whoosh? The old elementary scholar could not help but smile. He nodded his head and disappeared with a whoosh. Chen Pingan and Li Baoping raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky. The old elementary scholar's figure had long disappeared. But in fact, there was an old elementary scholar at the end of the street in the Flowing Clouds alley. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the Autumn Reed Inn before slowly walking away. Returning to the courtyard, the tall woman was sitting on a stone bench. She was looking up at the sky with a gentle smile on her face. Yu Lu and Xie Xie were in the same courtyard, but they didn't know about the existence of this sword spirit. Every time she appeared, she would isolate the aura between them, so that the young man and woman couldn't see or hear, and they couldn't sense her at all. Li Baoping greeted them and went into the house to put away her things. Chen Pingan sat beside the sword spirit. The tall woman stretched out her hand and the old sword that had been hanging under the bridge for countless years appeared in her hand. She went straight to the point and said, Since things have changed, I will make appropriate changes. Originally, we made a promise of 100 years. Now, it is still the same. But I will speed up the process of sharpening the sword and strive to restore it to its original appearance within 60 years. This means that your dragon beheading platform will not be enough, not enough at all. Chen Pingan was confused. The small dragon beheading platform that suddenly appeared in his courtyard should have been carried to the blacksmith's shop. She smiled and said, Do you remember that time when you were sitting on the bridge and dreaming, you fell into the stream with the basket on your back? At that time, I actually took away the dragon beheading platform. After that, you thought it was a stone from the dragon beheading platform, but it was just an ordinary stone that I used to deceive you. Well, it is not accurate to say that it is an ordinary stone. It should be a piece of snake gall stone of the best quality. It is enough to turn a small reptile into a big reptile. In order to reduce the time from 100 years to about 60 years, I have to use at least the large dragon beheading platform in the deep mountains. Maybe I can't use the entire stone cliff, but I definitely can't run away from most of it. But you don't have to worry. I have my own ways to deceive you. If I really can't do it, I can just give it to the military cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple or Jinwu Mountain. They will not think that it is a bad deal. Maybe they will cry with joy and hug each other and cry. Chen Pingan was stunned and speechless. It was as if he had just heard a book from heaven. She stretched out her hand to the sky, and the snow-white lotus leaf appeared in her palm. Because of Swan Shotsai, and because your sword was a little unusual, the lotus leaf can't hold on for too long. This is also one of the reasons why I am in a hurry to go back. Also, Shotsai promised me that he would not implicate you because of Cui Dong. He will first go to the Qin family of Yingyin and reason with them before going to the west. So next, as he said, you just need to take those children to study peacefully. With such a bad guy like Cui Dong and Yu Lu, who is at the 6th realm of martial arts, by your side to protect you, I believe that even if you lose your sword chi, you will still be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. She looked a little worried. But after arriving at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, in the next 60 years, I will need to draw a circle and not leave easily. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. You have to ensure that you don't die and that your state continues to grow. It will be a little troublesome. Chen Pingan said, Alliance once said unintentionally that no matter if you are a martial artist or a chi cultivator, once you reach the 3rd realm of cultivation, you can try to travel a country alone. As long as you don't court death, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. When you reach the 5th or 6th realm, you can walk on the map of half the continent. The premise is that you don't join in the fun and don't go to those famous dangerous places. Also, don't be hot-blooded and think that you can be chivalrous no matter what you encounter, or slay demons and devils. Then you will be safe and sound. If you meet with an unexpected accident and die because of it, then you can only blame your bad luck. With such a bad fate, staying at home is also not safe, so whether you go out or not, the result is more or less the same. She nodded and said with relief, It's best that you can think this way. You should be so. If you are timid, you will never achieve anything in your cultivation. She suddenly narrowed her eyes and asked playfully, Until now, when I am about to leave, why don't you ask me how I can help you prolong your life and solve the future problems? Since we share the same weal and woe, aren't you curious why I don't help you repair the bridge of longevity and let you smoothly embark on the road of cultivation? Logically speaking, this is not an unreasonable request, is it? Chen Pingan said frankly, Last night before I went to bed, I wanted to get up and ask these questions, but then I held back. The sword spirit asked, Why? Chen Pingan said with a serious face, It's not that I am embarrassed to ask. In order to survive, I will not be embarrassed even if I am thin-skinned. It's just that I have always believed in old man Yao, who was half my master at that time, and I believe in something he said. The sword spirit interrupted the teenager's words and nodded, I know. I saw and heard in the scene shown by the flowing water of time. It's a very interesting sentence. She then became a little annoyed and stood up with the lotus leaf umbrella. Do you know why there is a saying in the human world, disfigurement? It is indeed true, but the disfigurement of ordinary people is in the theory of life. Even changing one's name is within the big rules, so it doesn't get in the way. But if it involves the bridge of longevity, the changes in the many chi-fu acupoints in the body are a big deal. Cultivation is an action that goes against the current. To put it bluntly, it goes against the way of heaven. The so-called Tao of Qi cultivators is actually to prove their own great Tao, to be able to make the way of heaven bow its head. Heaven wants me to be born, grow old, get sick, and die, but I want to cultivate the golden body of purity, live a long life, and enjoy eternal freedom. I want heaven to pinch its nose and admit that it has a long life. Think about it, how difficult is that? If it is easy to build the bridge of longevity, those immortal families on the mountain, as long as the ancestors do it, won't it be easy for them to have all their descendants become immortals? Because the human meridians, Qi Fu, and blood are the most mysterious existence in the world. You should know that the Taoist school advocates the big and small worlds inside and outside the world. This small world refers to the human body and spirit. Apart from implying that the human body is a natural paradise, the bridge of longevity is a bridge that connects the two worlds. Therefore, it is really as difficult as ascending to heaven. It is not that no one can do it, but the price to pay is very high. The requirements for the people who build the bridge are extremely high, and it is limited to the great Qi cultivators of schools such as the School of Yin Yang and the School of Medicine. This is also one of the reasons why these schools of thought are not good at killing, but still stand tall. Seeing that the teenager's eyes were a little disappointed but not depressed, the sword spirit was relieved. He smiled mischievously and said, "Now, no matter what, little Pingon, you should first temper your body and lay a good foundation. Otherwise, in the future, when I have sharpened the sword, it will be too embarrassing if you can't even lift the sword. Don't think that it is easy to lift the sword." In Scholar Sauer's painting of mountains and rivers, he gave you the illusion of a 10th realm cultivator. The body of an ordinary 9th realm cultivator may not be comparable to that of a 5th or 6th realm cultivator, but the 10th realm cultivators who are determined to break through the threshold are not idiots who would dare to underestimate the tempering of the body. Most of them will rely on the hard work of tempering their body and spirit in this realm to become more diligent than a pure martial artist. Bit by bit, they will polish their body and spirit, not allowing the slightest flaw. Therefore, this has created the interesting situation where the 10th realm chi cultivators in the world are all old turtles in the water. Chen Pingon remembered all these words firmly in his heart. The woman in white stood in the courtyard and said with a smile, "Little Pingon, you must wait for me for 60 years. Also, when the time comes, don't become a white-haired old man. It is really a killjoy. Be careful that I don't recognize you as my master." Chen Pingon stood up and was about to speak. She had already walked towards him. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture of wanting to high-five him as an oath. Chen Pingon quickly raised his hand high. However, in the end, their palms passed each other in the air. The woman in white had already disappeared and left. Chen Pingon sat back in his original position. Suddenly, he slapped his head and remembered the scholarwood sword. He had forgotten to ask her and old Mr. Wen Xing about the identity of the golden-clothed girl hiding in the wooden sword. Cui Dong was drinking tea in a secret room of the autumn read-in. The second in command of the inn, Lu Jiehui, the famous Madame Lu among the upper echelons of the prefecture city, was like a lowly servant girl. She carefully observed his expression and carefully sized up this dolly imperial tutor who had revealed his identity. The Purple Sun Manor that she was in was originally a chess piece of the Huangting country that had been roped in by the Great Li. This alliance was personally approved by the founding master, who rarely showed himself. Thus, everyone in the Purple Sun Manor naturally did not dare to be careless. Especially for people like Lu Jiehui who believed that they had no hope of reaching the Great Tao, they would be particularly concerned about symbols of secular power such as the imperial court and the government. Although the Huangting country's Hong family had always followed the ancestral system to give preferential treatment to immortals, it was a pity that a small Huangting country could make the deeply involved Lingyun sect be dead set on it. But there was no way to make sects like the Xiang prefecture pledge their loyalty. Because the pond was too small, the dragon under the water wanted to have a wider territory. The Xiang prefecture was more ambitious than the crouching dragon temple that only wanted the word palace. Lu Jiehui was not stupid enough to be willing to believe the handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows. There was only one reason. The green-robed man standing beside the young man acted more like a servant than she did. Lu Jiehui could not think of anyone in Huangting country who could make this vicious and merciless Hanxi River god be willing to be a servant. After Cui Dong casually asked about the internal situation of the Xiang prefecture, he suddenly smiled and asked, "Wei Li, this county governor, is Madame Lu's lover, right? In the future, he will most likely become Dolly's obstacle. If I want you to kill him personally today, would Madame be willing to do it?" Lu Jiehui's mind was blank and her body was tense. Cui Dong chuckled and said, "Look at how scared you are. Am I the kind of person who would break up a couple?" Lu Jiehui lifted her gaze slightly. She saw the white-robed young man nodding his head and smiling. "Yes, I am that kind of person." Lu Jiehui wanted to cry but had no tears. Her face was pale. The young man waved his hand and said understandingly, "However, it's too cruel for you to kill him personally. Moreover, the Xiang prefecture is now allied with Dali. I won't make things difficult for Madame Lu, who has been managing this family business conscientiously. The water god behind me has a normal relationship with Lord Wei. Let him kill him. Lu Jiahui tried her best to hold back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes. She lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Lord Imperial Tutor, if Wei Li really wants to die, I'll kill him. There's no need for the water god to do it. Cui Shi sighed as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and mankind. He muttered to himself, if that's the case, Madame Lu must have a grudge against me and the Li dynasty. Why don't we do this? After you kill your lover, I'll let the water god kill you. At the very least, you can be a pair of dying mandarin ducks. The flirtatious woman raised her head. Her seductive peach blossom eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to destroy both the jade and the common stone. The green-robed man took a step forward and sneered. In his eyes, Lu Jiahui and the others were no different from ants who overestimated themselves. The woman suddenly woke up and took a few steps back. Cui Dong, who was sitting cross-legged on the chair, pinched the lid of the cup and gently fanned the tea mist. The fragrance assailed his nose. He closed his eyes and sniffed in an intoxicated manner. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and stared at the woman who was fighting in her heart. Cui Dong smiled and clicked his tongue. All living beings are bitter. Love is the most important. On account of this good cup of tea, I'll let Wei Li off. Really, I'm not lying to you. The woman's body went limp and she almost fell. She mustered her last bit of courage and asked timidly, Lord Imperial Tutor, are you really not lying to me? Cui Dong could not help but laugh. What's the point of lying to you? Of course, Lu Jiahui did not dare to believe it. The originally astute woman suddenly lost her soul. Cui Dong said unhappily, okay, go out. When the time comes, I want to see how many of the 200,000 people in the city will not scold Wei Li for being worse than a pig or a dog and how many people close to him will still believe him. The green-robed man carefully asked, this is. Cui Dong rolled his eyes and said, can't you see? I want Wei Li to live a life worse than death. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are not much smarter than Lu Jiahui. The dignified Hanxi River water god humbly asked for advice like a young child. I sincerely request Imperial Tutor Darren to give me pointers. Cui Dong languid curled up in the chair. Do you know what a true scholar can't stand the most? It's not becoming an official but encountering a bastard and incapable ruler. They have no choice but to speak up for the country and the people, not hesitating to die to remonstrate with the ruler. Then they are beheaded because they have a clear conscience and might even leave their names in history. It's not even being unable to turn the tide when the mountains and rivers are shattered and they can only watch helplessly as their home and country are destroyed. Because even so, they can escape and leave the world. Or they can write some poems of grief and indignation. The thing that is truly unacceptable is. The white-clothed youth shook his head. It's Wei Li and the other true scholars. As disciples of Confucianism, for the so-called world peace, they resolutely entered the world. They climbed up in the officialdom and were covered in scars. But in the end, they gave the most effort to this world and the most goodwill. But in the end, they did not receive the same amount of goodwill. Instead, they received malice. What he truly wanted, he did not receive a bit. Not even a little bit. Let's not talk about the people betraying him. Let's not talk about him letting down the people of his country. In fact, everyone has let him down. Yes, I just want Wei Li to have a taste of this. The green-robed man sighed, putting yourself in his shoes and thinking about it, it's indeed a life worse than death. He quickly remembered that woman who was deeply in love and sighed. If Wei Li knew about the inside story of today's secret room, he would definitely hope that Lu Jiahui would agree to personally kill him today. Cui Dong covered the teacup with his hand and said expressionlessly, "After Wei Li is in complete despair, at an appropriate time, I will let him know. Because at that time, Lu Jiahui will choose to commit suicide. She will write a suicide note and tell him the whole truth. She will say that she is actually an honored guest of the Great Water residence and is Dolly's spy. She will say that she feels guilty and that she has let down Wei Li. In the end, she will probably say that she loves Wei Li very much." At this moment, the green-robed man, as the righteous god of mountains and rivers, actually felt his hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine. Wei Li is a good seedling. Who knows, he might be one of my favorite disciples in the future. So don't just watch him make a fool of himself. At that time, if he is really determined to commit suicide, you must stop him." Cui Dong smiled and stood up. He turned his head to look at the stiff-faced Hanxi River god and joked, "Also, what are you afraid of? You have a good father." After hearing this, the green-robed man's mood was extremely complicated. Cui Dong stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. He smiled and comforted him, "In the depths of your heart, there is killing intent. You may not even know it yourself. But it doesn't matter. You and your father are just slightly bigger ants to me, Cui Dong. Your joys and sorrows, hatred and respect, when I am in a good mood, I will take care of them and help to comfort them. When I am in a bad mood, you must know that in ancient Shu, there is a kind of rare dragon that likes to eat its own kind." "I will." The handsome young man's eyes, without any warning, appeared a strange golden color. It stood erect in his pupils. He used an extremely soft voice and with an innocent face, he added, "Eat you all." The green-robed man did not move at all. But his Adam's apple moved slightly. This time, he was really sweating. Cui Dong's tiptoe landed back on the ground. He smiled and said, "Look at how scared you are. Go back to your Great Water residence. In the future, you will be the same as Wei Li. You will be our Dolly's distinguished guest. Don't be afraid." The green-robed man did not move even if he was beaten to death. He also did not speak. He had made up his mind to stand in the same place. Previously, Lu Jiahui was rewarded by this guy with the words, "Look at how scared you are." It seemed like the result was frightening without any danger. But in reality, then when he heard this sentence, "Look at how scared you are," it was just a difference of one word. What was the difference? Cui Dong pretended to be enlightened and said apologetically, "You really thought too much this time." The green-robed man only raised his arm and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Cui Dong thought for a moment. He turned around and picked up the teacup. After drinking the last bit of tea, he thought for a moment and put down the teacup. He said softly, "In the future, with the help of your father and I, if you can successfully eat that half in the future and be tightly bound to the throne of Dolly, I believe you can completely relax. You should also know that in this matter, which is almost more important than the great Tao, your father does not have a natural advantage like you. It is the same for me. At that time, you will be qualified to be on equal footing with me." The green-robed man was stunned on the spot. Then, he lowered his head and cupped his fists. His eyes were burning. He did not say a word because everything was understood without words. Cui Dong waved his hand to drive him away. "Get out." The green-robed man was overjoyed as if he had been granted amnesty. His entire body turned into a cloud of light green mist and whistled away. Cui Dong put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. In the spacious and luxurious secret room, he repeatedly paced in a circle. Finally, Cui Dong raised his head and looked straight at a wall, as if he wanted to see a place far away. "Old man, you're finally gone." Chui Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled. He strode out of the secret room. When Chui Dong tiptoed back to the courtyard, there was still some complacency between his eyebrows. So what if he lost his cultivation? Wasn't he still playing those idiots in the palm of his hand? In the courtyard, Chen Pingan was asking Li Baoping about the construction of the tomb of the rich and what to pay attention to. Because Chen Pingan had always thought that when he was rich in the future, he would build a small tomb that did not even have a tombstone as well as a better one. Now that he was not far from the Great Sui Kingdom, it meant that he would soon embark on the journey back home. When he returned home, this would be the first thing he would do. Although Chen Pingan would bring a handful of soil every time he went into and out of the mountains to add soil to his parents' tombstones, this old tradition passed down by the older generation of porcelain burners was not as reassuring as building a better tomb. During this trip, Chen Pingan learned a lot of things that he did not know before, such as the saying that death is like life. This made Chen Pingan feel even more guilty. Li Baoping did not know much. She gave him a rough explanation and then said that she would send a letter to her brother to ask about it. Chen Pingan did not say much. Anyway, as long as he had money in his pocket, it was easy to solve. The big problems in the past were no longer a problem. Chen Pingan inadvertently remembered something and asked the little girl how to write the character Chui Dong's Fu. Li Baoping knew about it, so she wrote it down on the stone table with her finger. Chen Pingan sighed casually, it's so difficult to write. Not far behind, Chui Dong was sweating profusely. He only felt that he had just done a little bad thing. Wasn't retribution coming too quickly? Didn't the old scholar just get out of here? Chen Pingan, this bastard, was even more ruthless than him. Was he going to spend money to build a tomb and write a tombstone for him? Chen Pingan turned his head and saw the young man in white standing there, dumbstruck. Chui Dong was so scared that he turned and ran. He hurriedly found the frightened Lu Jiahui and pulled her to a secluded place. He tried to be as pleasant as possible and said, "Mrs. Lu, I just thought of something. You have to be kind to others. As long as you are loyal to me, Dolly, I promise you and Wei Li will live happily in the future. You will have many children and grandchildren." Chui Dong turned and left with satisfaction. He waved his hand and did not look at the woman who was so scared that she fell to her knees. He scolded, "It's up to you to believe it or not. You are happy to hear lies, but you don't believe the truth. Anyway, you and Wei Li have hit the jackpot this time. In the future, you can love each other as much as you want. I wish the two of you a long life together." Chui Dong sneaked back to the courtyard and saw Chen Pingan, this vicious guy, sitting alone on a stone bench. He was using the dragon beheading platform to sharpen the blade with the auspicious symbol. Chui Dong's face turned pale. He said in a daze, "What? You want me to spare the Great Water residents? That's not necessary. No, this kind of thing can't be changed even if you beat me to death. It's just a casual thing and it depends on my mood. How can I change my original intention and layout when it involves Dolly's hegemony?" Chen Pingan turned his head and asked with a frown, "You've been sneaking around outside twice. What are you doing?" Chui Dong pointed at the narrow blade in Chen Pingan's hand. "What's this for?" "Sharpening the blade, it's so scary." Chen Pingan said in a bad mood, "You just need to know your place. We won't interfere with each other's business." If these words came from someone like himself, Chui Dong wouldn't believe it. But if it came from Chen Pingan's mouth, Chui Dong would certainly believe it without a doubt. At first, his footsteps were still a little erratic, but he walked faster and faster, more and more relaxed. Finally, he jogged to the stone table and leaned on it. He lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, I just did a good thing to fulfill someone's wish. It's absolutely true. Do you believe it?" Chen Pingan raised his head and looked seriously at this guy's eyes. Finally, he nodded. At this moment, Cui Shi was so moved that tears almost filled his eyes. It could be imagined that this trip out of isolation was full of disasters for the young Cui Dong. Cui Dong said with a flattering smile, "Teacher, why don't I help you sharpen the blade? As a disciple, you're always so idle and don't do your job. I can't sleep and eat well." Chen Pingan glanced at him. Scram. Cui Shi put on an act and sighed heavily, then he straightened his back and bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in front of him. Only then did he bid farewell and turn around before swaggering back to his room while whistling. He was in a great mood. Chen Pingan looked at the guy's handsome back and was a little confused. Was it because he stayed in the well for too long that water entered his brain? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.